Ara.
93 was here first. Boo. Zachbrit 1217 was not first. Try again next time.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you. I've got some jobs ready for you. I've got some jobs ready for you. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. Welcome on in. How are we doing today? How are we doing today? Let me fix vodka's camera. Hold on. I just realized you're looking partially at the floor. There we go. There we go. How we doing? Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. How are we today? How are we today? Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Jojo, congrats on the 69. You now have 11 kinky coins. Your collection is growing. It's growing. Very nice. Very nice. Congrats on the first. You've been first one time. Congratulations. Hello, Claw. I'm not going to lie, that voice startled me a little bit. I was like, where's that coming from? Who's talking to me? Whose voice is in my ears right now? Oh, goodness. How you doing, Claw? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Zach, welcome in. Enjoy your ghost energy. What flavor we having today? I have the original. The original flavor today. Welcome in. Welcome in. Asian Bunny, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Mo, welcome in. Enjoy those Dio Dino Nuggies. Emmy, welcome in. How are you today? Welcome in. Enjoy that sip of scythe. Emmy, enjoy your morning mocha. How is everyone? Who has a 3-day weekend this weekend, out of curiosity? Who has a 3-day weekend? Coco, enjoy your twin tarts. Mr. Recon, it's good to see you. Welcome in. How are you? Let me get you a little shout out. Hold on. Hello, hello. Welcome in, love. Welcome in, welcome in. Jojo, welcome in. Enjoy that Rajocado toast. Scully, hello, I'm doing well. How are you? Scully, enjoy your chai tea, Mulroy. Mo streaking with a 5-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Mo in the chat.
Surprise, bitch.
A Nakey Mo.
I bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
How is everyone? Vodka and I are doing well today. How are you, Jojo? Sixpenny, welcome in. How are you? How are you? Jojo, I know it says you've been a mod for 6 months. That is a dang lie, and we both know it. We both know it. But congrats on that 6-month modiversary anyway. Congrats anyway, even though we both know it's a dang lie. We know it's a dang lie. So, my goodness. My goodness.
Welcome back.
Thank you for trusting me. Being a mod for you is something I value greatly. Well, you know that we value you, not only as like a mod, but as a friend. I hope you know that, Jojo. I heckin' adore you. I heckin' adore you, and just, I'm very grateful. Very grateful that we've got Moon. Thank you for that gifted
a tier 1
sub.
subscription to Whack It.
How are you, Moon?
Enjoy
It's
your
good to see
stay
you.
at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Good to see you, Moon. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Also, that was my hydration station. Choo choo. Everybody else, please hydrate with me. Please hydrate with me. You have a 3.5 day weekend. Wait, how'd you get the... Is it just because you got to leave early, like, today? Is that how that worked? Is that your half day? Is that your half day, Claw? Please. No, you. No, you. You have a 5-day weekend, Sixpenny. Penny, that's just a vacation. What are you doing with your time off? What are you doing with your time off? That's so nice. That's so nice. You have a 10-day... Oh, my God. Whack it. Hell yeah. Whack it. What are you doing with your time off? Holy moly. Everybody getting all this time off. That's amazing. If you've got extra time off, what are you doing with your time off? And even if you don't, what are you doing with your weekend? What are you doing with your weekend? Jumbled, enjoy your Phantom Parfait. Beyond tired, but I'm here. Oh, my God. Jojo, if you need to, like, not be here and just get some rest, get some rest. It's fine. We'll survive. We'll miss you, but we'll survive. Jojo, your rest is more important. Shro. Hello, it's good to see you. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. We do love JoJo. JoJo's a great friend. JoJo's a great friend. Honest, welcome in. Enjoy your Goulet. Guys, you can go ahead and grab your bingo cards, by the way. We are going to go over our bingo winners for June. And do some prizes. Prizes. Yes. I actually need to, hold on, let me label this. June wieners. And I'm gonna need to open my wheel of names too. So, Honest, enjoy the Goulet. Purple, enjoy your Benchi Espresso. Purple, Honest, it's good to see you both. Look at Moon dancing. Rest is a myth. I'd be in the dark doing nothing. Listen, it's important to try. It's important to try. I get it though. Sometimes it just doesn't come easy. It just doesn't come easy. I get it. I get it. Why isn't it? Huh? Okay. I was like, it's not letting me open my wheel of names. There we go. There we go. That's better. That's better. June Wiener's wheel? Exactly. Exactly, Claw. Exactly, Claw. I was like, excuse me. Excuse me. I need my wiener wheel. I need my wiener wheel. Excuse me. There we go. That's better. That's better. If JoJo has to go, I'll keep the heathens in check. Oh, Urk is ready. Urk is ready. Urk said, I can do it. I got this. Don't worry. Don't worry. KP streaking with a 10 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. A Nikki KP into chat. A Nikki KP. Look at that cute little flower, Urk. That's so cute. That's so cute. My God, JoJo's got a little like plant going as well. Wait, those are so cute. Those are so cute. Are those from like the little like watch streak things that people get? Those are so cute. KP is also streaking with a 10 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki KP in the chat. Shrote with a 95 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Shrote in the chat too. Let's go. Let's go. Wish I could knock out that fast. Ghosty can attest. It takes me less than 5 minutes, sometimes less than 2 minutes to fall asleep most of the time. Most of the time, falling asleep for me is not an issue. Staying asleep is the issue. There's times where, like, I know that I'm not going to be able to sleep. Like, I just, like, I'm too amped up or hyped up or whatever for a reason. Most of the time, though, falling asleep is not an issue. I have no trouble falling asleep. Ever. Ever. But I can't stay asleep. I wake up so much and so often, it's not even funny. And I don't even just wake up and, like, I don't know, just normally wake up. Like, I wake up and I feel like I need to run. Like, it's like, and it's not restless leg syndrome. It's like anxiety. Like, I'm in fight or flight. Like, something's chasing after me and I need to go running right now to get away from it. Like, that's the kind of wake up that I have. Constantly. It's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know how to explain it. But I knock out so fast. Like, aggressively fast. Watch streak plants. They're so cute. They're so cute. The last bloom is like a full lotus. I love it. They're so cute. Is that a challenge? It's probably a challenge against you for sure, Claw. Be a free-for-all. Ark, please. Anime, enjoy your mimic cheesecake. How are you today? Ghost, enjoy your voodoo veggie burger. Welcome in. Red Bull puts me to sleep. Not Red Bull or CBD gummies. Or, oh. Wait. Huh? Wait. Red Bull and CBD gummies put you to sleep? Or not Red Bull? I'm confused. Yes? Okay.
Looks
So
like
both
there are
of them
others
do.
out there in need of help.
Be lurking and painting. What are you painting, Ghost? I'm curious. Wait. You can't just go straight to lurking. I want to know what you're painting. I want to know what you're painting. Cammy, welcome in. How are you? Enjoy that Santa tea. How are you today? How was the rest of the game last night? Please let me know. I ended up passing the heck out. Guys, go follow Cammy if you haven't. If you happen to pass out before the raid last night or miss it or whatever and you didn't get a chance to follow Cammy, please go show him lots of love. Cammy's incredible. You guys will love him. Right? Painting Shana? No. No. Da, 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 da. If I'm ever in charge, I'm like Regina George when she prints the burn book and stands in the hall while everyone is fighting. Irk, I love you. Shana Lisa. The Shana Lisa smile. Not together, and not, the knot was not supposed to be better. It was supposed to be only Red Bull, no other. Oh, okay. Got it. I wonder why Red Bull specifically. That's interesting. Painting a banner for a teacher. She wants 2 3x3 banners and a 16x20 picture. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, good luck with your painting. I hope you're having fun with it at least. Oh my god, you're totally fine, Moon. Moon, if you need to get some sleep too, please. Get some rest. Guys, if you need rest is important. Please take care of yourselves. That is always the most important thing. Layers of Fear was much better than I recalled it being. That ends up being the case for games when I actually have a chance to play them myself versus seeing a playthrough on YouTube. I feel like sometimes games they're meant to be experienced and not just watched. Some games you can watch them and you can genuinely enjoy them, and some people can't play certain games, so it's good to watch them, you know? And then there's just some games that you have to experience them yourself. You know? It's just different. Still have beef with the Blair Witch game. I've never played the original Blair Witch game. And I was told that I shouldn't. Because specifically there's part of it that I will really, really struggle with. And I trust the person that told me not to play it. So, however, I don't know if you guys saw the Blair Witch stuff that Blumhouse posted recently. I'm kind of excited, so as long as no animals are harmed, I'll be happy. Hi, Kota. How are you? Enjoy your chai tea, Mulroy. Show pics when I'm done. Yes, please, if you can. I'd love to see. Venom energy drink puts me to sleep. Any other energy drink keeps me awake, but not that interesting. I wonder if there's like an ingredient in there that does it. Rest is the most important thing. I have the worst sleep schedule. Cammy, you and I both. You and I both. I love you, Sarah. Guys, go follow Sarah if you have not. I love her. I love her. She's gorgeous. She's gorgeous. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'd do anything for her. I'd do anything for her. You should drink a 4-pack for breakfast and 4 bottles for lunch for a few years because of the oil field. Can't rest. I still have to drive to my bed. Okay. Well, drive to your bed safely and then rest. But also, like, what do you mean you used to drink a 4-pack for freaking lunch? That's insane. That's so much. That's so much. Go clean up a bit and lurk. We'll be here, Sixpenny. We'll be here. Jenny, hello. Enjoy your Java Jen. Welcome in. Ghost is also streaking with a 5-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. This is Nikki Ghost in the chat. The OG Blair Witch game made me very upset, and I have no interest in ever playing it again. Yeah. I've heard that from a lot of people.
Looks like there are others out there in need
I
of help.
saw a little bit of the game. I had a few friends who played it on stream. And the bit of it that I saw wasn't bad, but it also I don't think was the part that was making people upset.
Oh,
So,
Nightmare.
yeah, I have no interest in playing it because of what I was told. Because I think it would really upset me. So, if caffeine makes you sleepy or relaxed, you're likely to have ADHD. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's what I learned when I was in psychology. Just because it doesn't, though, doesn't mean that you don't have ADHD, because it also depends on, you know, the kind of ADHD you have. But it is likely. No sleep schedule. I sleep when I pass out from exhaustion. Honest. A sleep schedule is a good thing. Maybe we should get you one. Hi, True. Speaking of sleep schedules, True just woke up. Good morning, handsome. Guys, go follow True. We love True. Welcome in. It's good to see you, True. Hillary, enjoy that Hantu cold brew. Welcome in. Witcher, enjoy your red-eyed demon. Hi, Ghost. It's good to see you, cutie patootie. Go check out my friend Ghost as well. One of our night terrors on Nightmare Network. I adore Ghost so much. Used to drink a 4-pack of Red Bull for breakfast. And wait, so you'd have 8 Red Bulls a day is what you're saying, Moon? Pull a 14-hour shift and have maybe one day off. The money was really good, though. Really good. Well, I mean, it would have to be really good to have 8 Red Bulls a day. That's freaking expensive. That's so much money.
Nightmare.
I've tried to have a sleep schedule. It never works. Sleep schedules are hard. They're hard to keep. I have a really hard time keeping one myself, so I can't talk. Witcher with a 190 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Naked Witcher in the chat. A Naked Witcher. 8 Red Bulls would kill me. Poor Ghost would have a heart attack. Her heart would just like explode out of her chest. Face is the mascot of Nightmare Network, and Shana calls me cute. Oh my god. We could make your face one of the little creatures. That'd be kind of cute. We have a lot of cute little creatures for Nightmare Network. We don't have a singular creature. We have like, what are they, like 8 or 9 of them that represent Nightmare Network. We could make you one of them. That'd be cute. That'd be cute. True. One of them could be themed off of you. Never touched an energy drink, but coffee is my favorite thing. I love both coffee, energy drinks. I love tea. I don't know. I just love beverages. Every time, if you guys knew, like, every time I stream, I usually have anywhere from like 2 to sometimes like 5 drinks sitting here in front of me. Currently, I have 2.5.
Nightmare.
So, you know, that would be fun, right, Ghost? Right? Also, Amber, I love you. Welcome in. Another Night Terror who you guys should definitely be following. Definitely be following. Amber is hot. Pass it on. Employee. Oh, it was for words. I was going to say True's an employee when he's one of our little terror sprites. Terror spirits. I miss my spring Red Bull. What's the spring Red Bull? I'm a ghost drinker, obviously, so I don't really do Red Bull. I don't really do Red Bull. Unless it's a latte or a frappe, I don't drink coffee. I love coffee. I love coffee. I love me some good coffee. I love all the Nightmare Network stuff. Me too. Me too. All the Nightmare Network stuff is so cute. I had so much fun. So when Ghosty and I were originally making all the little characters for Nightmare Network and making all the stories for them, so much fun making them, and then so much fun designing all the merch. And there's still some more things that I want to design. And if anybody ever has any ideas for things that you want to see or make, or any ideas for any little characters or anything, please feel free to share them, because I'm happy to try and implement them. But yeah. Also, Amber streaking with that 3-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and Nikki Amber. Nikki 3 times. Amber, you can be Nikki anytime. Amber is hot. Pass it on. Absolutely. Spring Edition is pretty good. It's weird for some people, but I loved it. What was it? What did it taste like? Listen, Irk. I named that little character Irk before I knew you. Which was the funny thing.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
It was hilarious. It was hilarious that's what Ghosty and I chose for its name before we even really knew you. So cute. So cute. I love you too, Eric. I love you too. Killer Doll, welcome in. Enjoy your flat white zombie. All right, you guys ready to talk about bingo winners? Bingo, bingo, bingo. Bingo, bingo, bingo. So, last month, for June, I'm going to pull up this image for you guys first. No. Bygones are not bygones. I don't wanna ruin this one. This type of love don't always come and go. Sorry. There we go. Here we go. All right. Here are your bingo winners for June. We do have a small change in the list here because I go through and I see how many bingos to points. This is in point order. Number 4, you got the sun. The sun. You got all your sanity, honest. You're safe. So at number 1, we have Dakota. Dakota, you have 18 bingos. 18 bingos at number 1. Number 2 is JoJo with 13 bingos. Number 3 is Solvin with 13 bingos, so they are tied. Number 4 is Mihi with 10 bingos. Number 4 is Schrot with 8 bingos. Number 4 is Mihi with 10 bingos. Number 5 is Schrot with 8 bingos. Number 6 is Scully with 8 bingos. Number 7 is Witcher with 7 bingos. Number 8 is Jenny with 5 bingos. Number 9 is True with 5 bingos. Number 10 is Jeffrey with 5 bingos. And number 4 is Whippy with 4 bingos. So you can see kind of where the points come in, which is where, like, if you click the squares while you're playing bingo, but maybe you didn't actually get a full bingo, but you had your squares filled out, right? So you always want to make sure you click your squares, even if you don't get your bingo. Always click your squares, because you still get your points for your squares. Because if you have a tie, so for example, like JoJo and Solvin both have 13, the reason JoJo's in second is because JoJo actually has 2,000 points versus Solvin having 1.6. So JoJo had more squares than Solvin. Does that make sense? Bingo. Exactly. Hi, Ash. It's good to see you. How you doing, love? I hope you're having a wonderful night. When are we playing DBD together? So, Dakota. Speaking of Nightmare Network merch, Dakota, I want you to head over to the Nightmare Network store, which you can find Nightmare Network .store right here. I don't think Dakota's here, but that's where Dakota's going to be able to pick out a piece of merch from the Nightmare Network store, $25 or under. You're too sweet for me. For being number 1. Ubu's text on the Meet the Team page of the Nightmare Network. Oh, does it? Thank you, Cammie. I will have to fix that. Hold on. Let me put that on my to-do list. Thank you. Thank you.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Thank you. Oh, Dakota is here. Look, Dakota's here. Hi, Dakota. Dakota, you had first place in bingo. So, if you wanna go here, congratulations. Thank you for catching that, Cammie. I appreciate it. Go here, and you can pick out a piece of merch, $25 or under. Put it in Shana Says, the link to it in Discord, and I will make sure you get a link to get that. So thank you so much, Cammie. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Cowboy, welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Guys, if you're not already following my good friend Cowboy, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen. I need you to hug it right now. Go give Cowboy a sneaky chicken follow. It is free to do so. He's not the real cowboy. He's the fake cowboy. For those who don't know, I'm the real cowboy. But you should follow him anyway. We love cowboy. We love cowboy. How was your stream? Did you have a good one? How are your games? I now need to find someone else to lurk because I don't need to lurk myself. Don't need to lurk myself. I also see Sullivan rated out. Perfect. Beautiful. Stunning. All right. The other thing we have to do next, the next, well, 10 people, because we had a tie, are now on Johnny's Wiener Wheel. So we're doing a giveaway. Doing a giveaway for our bingo winners. And I have a stack of posters. And we're going to give away one of these. And if you want vodka and I can sign the back or the front, whoever wins it, it's up to you. And I'll mail this to you. So, yeah, it's a cool little poster. Cool little poster. But welcome in, guys. Persephomet, welcome in. Cowboy, welcome in. How is everybody? Persephomet, did Cowboy keep you alive? Please tell me he did. Please tell me he did. Pause, welcome in. How is everyone? The games were rough. Oh no. Shrot, of course, welcome in. I carried the fake cowboy the whole night, as you should. As you should. I would expect nothing less from the amazing Shrot.
Welcome back.
It's been a while.
Hi, Paul. It's so good to see you.
I missed you.
On the table. You can use
It's okay.
You can
look at my
use
butt.
fire. I'm looking at your butt. I'm looking at your butt. How's it going? How's it going? All right, here is our wiener wheel. Oh, it's very, very much the wrong size. Hold on, let me fix this. Our wiener wheel is the wrong size. Oh no. Hold on. I gotta fix this. Clearly, we were doing something different with our wiener wheel the last time we were playing with it. La la la. Chotomate. Haven't heard you give the rootin' tootin' yeehaw in a minute. Are you the true yeehaw? I can also yodel for you if that'll solidify my cowboy in your heart. I love you, Amber. Also, B, welcome in. It's good to see you. How are you guys? Go follow Shrot. Go follow B if you have not. Oh my goodness. Take me off the wheel, please, because of international postage. Are you sure? I wouldn't mind shipping it to you. I wouldn't mind, Jojo. I would still send it. Why won't it let me zoom out on here? Tinky. Alright, I guess the wheel's just gonna be massive. It's a massive wiener wheel. Massive wiener wheel. Don't believe in ghosts, yeah. Alright, there we go. Here we go. Put it up here. Okay. These void kisses are for Witcher and Witcher only, and else better get in the way. I can leave you on there though, Jojo. Be enjoy your shade soup. Do you have a Discord server? I do, Cammy. I do. It's the Genki Cafe. Pause stream with a 25 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. Is a Nikki pause in the chat? Spin that wheel. You guys ready for the spin? I'm sure international postage cost sucks. Okay, if only if you're sure. Because I don't mind leaving you on there. It shouldn't be crazy for, oops, for a little poster like that, but. How you doing, Sylvan? How was your stream, lovely? Guys, go follow my friend Sylvan if you haven't. How are the rest of your games? Also, hydration station. Choo choo, everybody, please hydrate. You sure? You sure, Scully? I'll leave you too. I don't mind. If you change your mind, I'll put you back in. Two Evidence is going to be my cozy. I'm so happy for you. You've grown so much. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Also, Cowboy, when is your next stream, love? When is your next stream? Guys, go follow Cowboy. Thank you for bringing your community over, Cowboy. Thank you, thank you. You guys are all amazing. Okay. Thank you for the lurk, irk. Your lover calls, I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure. Be on tomorrow if you want to join me. I mean, I'm playing DBD tomorrow too, so I'm so down. We gotta grind. We gotta grind. We love Cowboys, real or fake. Valid. Valid. Gonna head out reading a book that I'm super into. B, you have to share books. You know, I'm really into books. Really into books. I love books. If you want to talk about books sometime, let me know. Let me know. How you doing today, Jag? All right, let's see. Our winner, Trucifer. True, are you still here? Are you here right now? Or are you at AFK? I don't know if True's AFK or if he's here. For me to ask if I should sign his poster on the front or the back, or if he doesn't want it signed. I'll just tag him in Discord. Scary movie poster. Would you like it signed by Vodka and I on the front, back, or not at all? There we go. There we go. Congratulations, True. Congratulations, True. Congratulations, everybody who won bingo. Don't forget, we do this every month. So if you participate in bingo, whether you win first place or you're in the top bingos, you have a possibility of winning something every month. Sometimes it's, you know, bigger, sometimes it's smaller. It just depends. It just depends. So, thank you guys. Thank you guys. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all. All right. So, next. I guess it's time to get into some games, huh? Love watching Cowboy. Def on my favorites list. Cowboy's awesome. We adore Cowboy. We adore Cowboy. At work still, I have to grab that link from you when I get home. It is also in Shana Says in Discord. So if you look in there, you'll be able to snag it right there. It's no problem. Whenever you have time, you can look right there. So, easy peasy. Easy peasy for you, or at least it should be. At least it should be, because I'm pretty sure you're still there. At least you were the last time that I looked. The last time that I looked. So it should be no problem. Yeah, it's no problem. No problem at all. No problem at all, love. All right, so I figured today we could do a combination of both Survivor and Killer. Because either way, I just want to grind the heck out of some blood points. That's my goal today. That's my goal today. I hope work is going well though, Dakota. By the way. Surviving the Florida heat like normal. It's been so hot. It's been so stinking hot. I freaking feel that. I freaking feel that. Sneaks in completely unseen. Must have been to wind. Did you guys feel that? That breeze? You guys hear that? It's crazy. That breeze. Wild. Absolutely wild. Dead up here too? Really? What have the temps been up there, Sylvan? Just like out of curiosity. I'm very, very curious actually, because according to Ghosty, it snows in Canada all year. Because that's their reason for not wanting to move there. I have black on my teeth. For my lipstick. There we go. That's better. That's better. How you doing, Matt? It's good to see you. Your favorite emote is back? Yes. Yes, we changed the emotes back. As much as we, you know, celebrate Pride Month all year, technically Pride Month is over. It is, however, Disability Awareness Month, so we have a space always to talk about that too. Always. Always. Trying to survive this heat, working in the kitchen at my first job was extremely excruciating. Oof, I'm sorry, Dakota. I'm sorry. They need to get you guys better AC. We love you, Cowboy. Cowboy, are you fully signing off for the evening? What are your plans? If I started Survivor, do I have anybody who wants to play with me? Is the question. I guess. 91. That is really hot for up there. That is really hot for up there, is it not? That is crazy for up there, is it not, Sylvan? What the hell? What the hell? I heard Sylvan. Did you know they are hot? Pass it on. Sylvan is hot. Pass it on. We got so many hotties in this chat. Oh, we got some vodka snacks. Vodka snacks. I forgot we had vodka snacks earlier too. I got distracted. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Look at that pretty girl. Look at that pretty girl. I hope her tummy is feeling better today. I hope so.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
She hasn't thrown up again, luckily, so. Missouri is so hot and muggy. No breeze blowing at all. Really? Oof. This month's Disability Awareness Month. How the heck am I only finding out about this stuff recently? Yeah, it's Disability Awareness Month. Play with you anytime. Well, Cowboy, if you'd like to play, I'll go ahead and start a lobby. I'll go ahead and start a lobby. Hi, Identity. How are you? Welcome in. Also, hi, Nikki. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Enjoy that Hantu cold brew. Yeah, vodka last night, pause. I had to step away from stream for... How long was I gone, guys? I was gone for a good minute. Because vodka, like, hardcore threw up. Like, all over. Luckily, Ghosty was here. And he helped me clean it up. But it was rough. It was rough. 4, 5, 6. It was a lot. It was a lot. You got the moon. You lost all your sanity. All your sanity. It's all gone. It's all gone. So, I don't know what made vodka so sick, but it was something. Almost halfway, vodka. We got you, girly. I know. You guys are amazing. Thank you for all the love for vodka. I appreciate it. I'd play too, so I can carry Cowboy. Well, you guys are welcome. I think I have my lobby open. You guys are welcome to hop in. You guys are welcome to hop in. Feel free. Let me see. Okay, I did grab my box. Also, let me go ahead and start YouTube. Let me say hi to YouTube really quick. Thank you for catching that for me, Jojo. I appreciate you. Thank you. Actually, we'll come here to say hi to YouTube since we're doing horizontal there. You had a high of 99? That is way too hot. Anything above 70 is too hot in my opinion. Just in my opinion. Hello, YouTube. Welcome or welcome back. Subscribe, like, comment, turn that bell on, do all the things that I'm supposed to tell you to do. Today, we're playing Dead by Daylight, and we are doing our Bloodpoint grinding because it is still the Black Banquet event, and I need Bloodpoints. I'm trying to P3 everybody. I also want to get Shane to P100. I want to get my nurse to P100, as well as a few other characters that I really, really love and want to P100 as quickly as possible. But that being said, if you guys haven't seen, new cosmetic is out, Hinako from Silent Hill. Later this year, we're going to be getting the cutie patootie nurse on Spirit, which is going to be motivating for me to try and play Spirit, despite the fact that I am deaf and terrible at Spirit. But I did buy Hinako. So my Cheryl is still only P1, so we're working on getting her leveled up a little bit so we can actually play her. But I digress. We're gonna start off on some Survivor. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. I know that there's been a lot of discourse around the event and people not liking it. I love the event. I think that if you don't like the event, it's a matter of not understanding how to play the event, whether it's on the killer side or the survivor side. That being said, am I the best at it? No. Do I have an understanding of it? Yeah, I do. How is this possible? Am I better at it off stream when I'm less distracted? Yeah, absolutely. But we're still going to have fun with it on stream. Right? So, if you're on YouTube, subscribe, like, comment, turn the bell on, do all the things I'm supposed to tell you to do. It does help me out a lot when you do those things, and I heckin' appreciate it. So thank you for being here.
Nightmare.
Hello on YouTube, Witcher,
Nightmare.
Mike,
Nightmare.
Jojo.
Nightmare.
Hi guys.
Nightmare.
It's good to see you. My chat was not loading for some reason. How rude. I know, poor vodka. Go run, go finish cleaning, go do what you need to do, Dakota. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it was just her throwing up her, other things have been good. Pause. Want hoodie and shorts weather year round. Same, Jag. That would be amazing. Hoodie and shorts weather year round. 10 out of 10. Shana's melting us. Trust me, it's not me. Good to see you twice in one day, Mihi. I know Mihi's the cutest. We love Mihi. Hi, Freedom. It's good to see you. Welcome in. If you guys want to join VC, you can. And I will just turn it down for chat so there's less distraction, but we can communicate, because I feel like with this event especially, the more communication you have, the better. Hi, Cowboy. But obviously no requirement to join VC if you don't want to. Thought the Silent Hill nurse skin for Spirit was coming next year. I don't know when exactly it's coming, but it will be coming later. It's just not here yet. I don't think they've said when exactly it's coming. Guys, go follow Freedom if you haven't. Freedom is also one of our night terrors on Nightmare Network. And we do have room for one more if anybody wants to join us. What do I need to do quest-wise right now? Oh, I think all my Rift stuff is killer sided, it looks like. No, I have to fully deplete 2 med kits. So I guess I'll bring med kits. I have a whole bunch of killer stuff to do. A whole bunch of killer stuff to do, actually. I still need to blind somebody for my tome, though. So maybe I'll do my med kits and then bring my flashlights. And then it looks like we got another archive thing. Ooh. Oh. What is that? Serum vial? They grow too interested in power mongering. They have lost sight of our greater goal, a goal of service. The plan was to remind them. I mean, it is a cult. So that's interesting. What a weird vial, though. What do we think this is? Is it like a memory thing or like a mind control thing? It reminds you of a movie. Please, darkness! Oh my god. Oh, Persephone's making a sandwich. Can you make me one? Ooh, I wonder if anybody has any theories on this. They grow too interested in power mongering. They've lost sight of a greater goal, a goal of service. The plan was to remind them. Every year they ask for the same plate at the center of their banquet, and I prepare it every year. Whatever happened after that had nothing to do with me. This is so creepy. Oh my god, its ears move. Do you see that? Oh, that's creepy. Harry Porker? Oh my god. Looks like some stuff from Harry Potter. Death becomes her. There was a pink youth potion in a vial like that. Interesting. And then we had this one that came out the other day when I wasn't streaming. Black Banquet 1921. You know, my great-grandfather was there. Really, I had no idea he was involved until I was invited myself. And on the back of this, which, like, look how creepy their faces are. It says Banquet 1921, dear friend. Oh my gosh, come on. Turn. Why am I struggling with this? Dear friends, brightest colleague, visionaries all. You thought the same thing, Eric? This is, I'm not gonna lie, it's almost giving, have you guys seen the movie Perfume? If you haven't, I highly recommend it. It's almost giving like Perfume vibes. I don't know. Drink it? I don't think we can. I don't think we can. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we can. I don't think we can. It's a good movie. What's my DBD name? Currently, I am Perky Witch Tits. You can find me under Perky Witch Tits. There you go. Get stuck with shampoo again? No. No. I don't want to. Why do you want that for me? That's so rude. That's so rude. Hi on YouTube, Witcher. How dare. How dare. The disrespect. The absolute disrespect right now. I'm offended. I'm offended. 'Cause funny? Wow. 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 Got your sandwich? Gotham safe again. What'd you get for a sandwich? What'd you get? Didn't eat yesterday because my damn sushi had lettuce in it, so I was grumpy. You don't like lettuce? You sent me a friend request? Okay.
Well, not on sushi, first of all. Lettuce is not on sushi.
Okay, fair. Fair.
Like a California, he said a California roll had lettuce in it. Like, what?
Nightmare. Nightmare.
Yeah,
nightmare,
that's fair.
Nightmare. Nightmare. Nightmare.
That's fair. Who is KAUFMO? Is that anybody here before I decline this request? I don't know who this is.
What's the name?
KAUFMO. They've got 2.6 hours of phasmophobia on record. I have no idea who this person is.
Alright. It's gonna carry me.
No, Short's gonna carry both of us.
Oh,
Yeah, no problem. I'm here.
I'm for it.
Oh, I forgot to change to a med kit. Oops, oh well.
I'm all for short carriers.
That's my cousin's, uncle's, dad's, mom's friends. Blocked. Don't forget to grab your bingo cards, guys. Don't forget to grab your bingo cards. I'll leave them here for a little bit then. Maybe they'll show up, but I don't know who that is. I don't want to accept a random person, so. It's honey ham. Who puts lettuce on sushi? I mean, it's seaweed is one thing, but lettuce. Oh, it's my favorite one. Portals. Portals.
Oh, Unbreakable Palace is my favorite.
Unbreakable Pallets is your favorite? Yeah. I like the portals. I like being able to teleport and stuff. I think it's fun. I'll set the table at main or start it.
Oh fuck. Yeah, go face.
Oh, okay. So Ghosty is, in my opinion, really strong in this event if he's running the right build. Shorts down. I see. I don't have the table anywhere near set yet.
Where are you supposed to be carrying?
I can't say if you know.
I don't think he saw
I'll pick
me.
up the slack. It's okay.
I'm right here. I can grab Shrot.
Okay, we're on a gen right now.
Okay. Role play the hand and the morsel. What? Oh, he's coming. Short run. How do I role play the hand? Okay, I don't think I'm allowed to talk because a hand wouldn't talk. was bad. Oh. I wasn't ready for that. Listen, now I'm just gonna mute and talk to you guys because I can't talk to my team. I'm going to basement. The hand is sentient and can speak? Oh, okay. Okay, okay. I'm allowed to talk to you guys. I'm allowed to talk to you guys because the hand is sentient and can speak. Great. Okay. I wasn't ready for that heal. I didn't know you were picking me up. Oh no. You were trying to get a card? Oh, exclamation point bingo card. There you go, yeah. Like the POV, you're the hand? Like I'm getting cut off? Cammy, I'm not following! Cammy, I'm not understanding! He's at UFO. He's at UFO. I'm trying to understand my roleplay here. I'm trying real hard. Oh no, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay, so I need to get a plate then. Got it. Okay, following. Oh, you're picking me up off this table. Got it. Ugh. You know, times were good when I was with my human, and here I am being carried around by some weirdo in regalia, being chased by a killer who I thought was fictional. Oh, look. Some person who thinks he's a cowboy just got knocked down. And we're picking up somebody off a hook. And we're healing them. Oh, look, we're about to get chased and probably knocked down. Yep. That's okay. We healed somebody. That's fine. Is he gonna pick us up? Yep, he sure is. We're gonna go back on that hook real quick. Now we're just gonna hang here. Me and this stranger. Yeah, I think he does want a piece of you. Wow, somebody just shined a flashlight in our face. That's kind of rude. That's kind of rude. Back room's more like back away. But this is our first one, Duncan. This is our first one. Oh, look at these kind people healing us. Oh, one of them ran away. Didn't heal the other person. We're gonna heal them.
Thanks, Trot. I appreciate it.
I think the killer's coming though. Oh, he's coming right there. I ran right into him. I'm blind. The person carrying me is blind anyway. Let's go get this cutie patootie Sable off the hook over here. I really like her. You know, when I was attached to my human, they really liked her too. Everybody likes Sable, whether they claim they do or not. All the Sable hate's actually a lie. I once campaigned at a We Love Sable riot parade. Yeah, that was a real thing that I went to for sure when I was attached to a human with all these other humans. Ugh. Don't ask me why all the hands look the same. We were actually from one human, and they what's it called? Where you copy somebody multiple times. They did that. My English is not Englishing today. Oh, Ghostface is right there. He's staring at us. You think he wants some food? I really don't want him to eat me. Please don't feed him. Please don't feed me to him. Please don't feed me to him. Don't do it. Yay, you got your blind off. Good job. That's the last blind that you needed for your tome. Hey, I'm lonely over here. You need another hand. You need another one. Oh, you didn't make it to that pallet. That sucks. You weren't able to grab another hand. We're all lonely over here. You're not going to be able to grab another one because you're about to die. We'll miss you. It's okay. It's just a warm-up round. It's just a warm-up round. My fingers are cold. Blue, this is for your own good. Nobody asked for your opinion because we love Sable here. Sable is love, Sable is life.
Where are you at? Oh, dead. Okay.
Justice for Sable, that's right. Clone, yes, that's the word I was looking for, Scully. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I got my flashlight, Tome. That's all that matters. Girl, bye. What do you mean? And scene. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for explaining. I was not following in the beginning. I was not following. We got Death. Urk. The ghost is hunting. But you're safe otherwise. You're safe otherwise. What is English? Now there's something to ponder. Honestly, I don't know. Alright, so Sable just ran into a rock. She pulled a me. I love that for her. I'll continue being the hand while she's walking around though. Sable's carrying me around now. We're inside Maine. Just looking around. Ah. Looks kind of cozy up here. Don't really know what we're doing. It's a lovely view. Lovely view of those generators. Maybe we should go work on one. What do you think, Sable? Oh, look at us working on this generator. Being a good Sable. A good citizen of the fog. I never thought I'd end up on a plate like this. Cloned. Turning survivors invisible. Just eaten by thousands. Sable and I are running back into Maine. We're ditching Cowboy.
Cowboy dead.
Yeah. Sable and I realized that. Sable and I realized that. Are we gonna be able to find the hatch? I wonder if Sable can escape with me. If maybe she can, you know, bring me back to life somehow. Or maybe she can make friends with Ghostface and he'll let her open the door. Maybe she can even use me to open the door. You know, I could lend her a hand. We've got a lot of French speakers here, actually. We do. Reminds me, I'll never forget the time I was playing Alien Isolation very early when I was first streaming. When you're desperate for any interaction, someone showed up and was role-playing as one of the androids in the game. That's freaking hilarious. like, how dare you kill one of this? And I got uncomfortable and was like, hey, you're more than welcome to stick around, but I'm not vibing with this role-playing thing, and they never came back. That's hilarious, though, Cammy. That's hilarious. Oh, I love that. Oh my gosh. Sable just ate me as she was leaving. I guess I'm not making it out of here. That gag feels like someone else has used it. You know someone else has, Blue. For sure. For sure. For sure. Lend her a hand, you know. You're like Wendy's of DVD. Instead of a finger in your chili, get a whole hand. Oh my god, I remember that. I remember that when someone had a finger in their chili from Wendy's. That was crazy. I remember that. Wild times, man. Unhook yourself one time using the perk Deliverance. I can do that. As long as I'm not hooked first.
You're gonna get the deli curse.
I'm probably gonna get the deli curse, you're right. Alright, I need to bring a med kit, though.
A sweet slip.
Let's bring 8 charges. 10 charges. And I guess I don't need Champion of Light since I'm not bringing a flashlight, so we'll bring Deliverance instead. And we're gonna lock in. We do have room for one. Let me unready real quick. We do have room for one if anybody wants to hop in. If anybody wants to join us before I ready up again.
Yeah, just remember, you gotta be able to carry. That's
Oh
what
my
Sprout's
god.
here for.
Never had anybody roleplay before. I was so caught off guard. I've had it happen only a few times in my chat where people have roleplayed. Only a few times. And... I don't think... I think there's been a few times where it's caught me off guard as far as like I didn't understand what was happening. Mostly because it didn't apply to whatever I was playing. And then when I realized they were playing some kind of character, I was like, okay. Okay, got it. Got it. Following. I'm here. I get it. I get it now. It makes more sense when people decide to come in and play a character that's related to like whatever it is you're doing, you know? But like when it has nothing to do with what you're doing and it's like just completely unrelated, I don't know. It's a little strange. It's a little strange. French is your first language, Persephone? I love that. Your English is self-taught? Hey, that's amazing. English is hard. English is really hard, so... Here's your phrase of the day. Oh, no, listen, I made it so I could see it. I clicked the thing so I could see it, because you said not to read it, and I saw it was from Sylvan. Je suis célébré. What does it mean? Did I say it right?
It means you are.
It means I'm saying you are famous to somebody?
No, it means I am famous.
Oh, but I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Sylvan, why you trick me? You did try and help me, Jojo. You really shouldn't read the... No, I shouldn't. And I usually don't, but because I saw it was from Solvin, I did. You got the devil, by the way, Persephomet. You're safe, but you got a little ghost event. Maybe a little red light event. Okay, what do we have? Oh, we got your favorite one. We got your favorite one, cowboy.
Oh.
Pallets.
Yes.
Alright, so I need to unhook somebody before I get hooked.
That's cool.
Wrong direction.
I'm not famous. They very much are troublemakers. Oh my god. Oppression. I missed that. That's what I get for looking away. No. Don't you touch me, Mr. Ghoul. I did not consent. Inside. Oh, he freaking slowed me too. I would be the first one down. I hate it here. I hate it here! Yeah, now I'm not clicking to read either of your messages. I'm not doing it. Welcome back, Dakota.
Joe Artorius just resubscribed for 8 months at Tier 1.
Joe, I miss you. How are you? Guys, go follow my friend Joe if you're not already. We love Joe. Don't necessarily have a problem with it. I just worry there's an ulterior motive with the role playing, like they're getting something out of it, you know? Yeah. No, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. I think sometimes for sure they do, and then sometimes I think it's just people being goofy, you know? I think it's really either. I think it's really either, honestly. Yeah, no, working in the heat, I can imagine, is the worst. I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
It just mentally drains you.
Any eyes on Ghoul before I go in the basement? Okay.
By me.
I'm gonna go get this unhook in the basement then. I'm doing great, Joe. It's so good to see you. Guys, Joe's amazing. You should go follow him. You went.
He just got window text.
I'll touch you up here, sir, if you would like. No? Okay. You don't. Okay. He didn't want me to touch him. He said no, thank you. Let me get out your way. Oh, he just changed targets to me. That's fine. Oh, no, not fully. Okay, we should maybe set a table if we can. Dakota
Kula 2000 gifted a Tier 1 subscription to the community.
This one is
Enjoy
not
your
even
stay at
started,
Shana's
and
Sunny
now he knows
Meadows.
where I am because I screamed, so I'm not gonna waste my plate on that.
Coming.
Welcome back.
Okay, he's on somebody else, or it looks like he's going towards somebody else.
Somebody setting a table?
I was gonna set the one in Maine, but there's not a single plate on it, and the carts are too far away to be going up and down the stairs, honestly. So no.
Okay.
So no. I'm just hopping on a gen. I don't think Maine is worth setting here, with the carts being as far away as they are, unless we have multiple people working on it.
I'll take that. Thank you very much. I don't think you appreciate that flashlight, by the way.
Joe, what do we gotta do to get you to play DVD? Have you ever played DVD? Has anyone done the roleplay thing and chosen for you to play the role of a story narrator? No. I think the closest actually was the hand just now. Hate this heat so much now. Let's see how much longer I have to sleep with the door open so my room can cool down. Oh no. That's how my room is. My room's both the hottest and coldest room in the house, depending on the time of year. But I have to close my door at night so Vodka doesn't go out and make a ruckus anywhere if, like, it happened that there was a storm coming in the middle of the night, because she likes to knock things over and cause trouble. I'm gonna prepare to get you off that hook, cowboy.
Okay.
Thank you for that follow. We do keep them anonymous so you can lurk chat whatever you feel comfy with. Did you see the code bike ride for? Yes, I did use my code already. I also need to make a little short for it so people know how to do it. No idea. Phrasing makes sense since I'm really tired and still really pissed off about an incident that happened yesterday. What happened, Honest? No, your phrasing made sense though. I'm gonna go through the house and go get Shrot. I do have TR here, so I'm
running around the house.
Let me save this gen. There we go. I think he's coming back to hook. Yep. He's on me. He left me.
Where are you?
On the side of the house where the gen is. The gen in the gazebo. Oh. Yep. He just used his power on me. Nope. Nope, I wasn't gonna make it anywhere. That's fine. Oh no, I'm sorry, cowboy. I wasn't in a good spot. Day, how are you? Enjoy that beer matcha. Your room is hottest room all year. I mean, when it's cold, that's not a bad thing. I'm doing well. How you doing, Rob? Welcome in. Drama I wish I could forget about and not stay angry about. I'm sorry, Honest. I'm sorry. Well, depending on what it was, there are a few things you can do to get rid of that kind of energy.
Or should I go and open
Yeah, get the gate open if you can first. Ooh, he's in basement. That's not great. Oh, and I just missed my skill check. You might want to just leave, Shrug. Especially being injured. Yeah, if I were you, I would just leave because you're injured. You're gonna have a hard time getting him out of the basement. Very difficult for me to let go of anger, and goodness knows I try. Sit down, write down your feelings, and if you can, like if you're in a position where like you have the space to do so, take what you wrote down, burn it, and take what you burned and bury it. Like take like the ashes of it and get rid of it that way. If you can't do that, flush it. If you can't burn it, you can always just throw it away. Either way, just get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of that energy. But let it out, you know? I think writing it down is always a good way. Writing down is always a good way. It's good to see you, Psycho Mike. How you doing, Willie? Welcome in. Taking your anger out on fictional beings in video games, also a good way. I'm glad you had an awesome nap day. I'm very glad. Naps are always a fun thing. Always a good thing. Night Owl Stuffy, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Guys, if you're not already following Night Owl Stuffy, please take a moment, go give Night Owl Stuffy a sneaky cheeky
Night Owl
follow.
Stuffy just traded with
It
8
is
views.
free to do so, so why would you not? How is your stream? Tell me about it. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How you doing? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Tell me about your games. Tell me about your stream. Welcome in. How was DVD for you today? What were you up to? What were you up to? And thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. So lurk, chat, whatever you feel comfortable with. You were adepting. Who were you adepting today? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna change wide open throttle. I don't know what I want to change it out for yet, though. Maybe... Also, we do have room for one more if anybody wants to hop in. While I hum and haw over what perk I want to use.
Yeah, I'll probably play one more.
That's fine. I know you're tired. I know you're tired.
Can't pass up playing with Shana.
Listen, I can't pass up playing with cowboys, so how about that?
No, I said it first. You cannot do the same thing I just said.
You can't tell me what I can and can't do.
That's against the rules.
You can't tell me what I can and can't do.
That's against the rules.
Hold on. Let me double check the rules real quick. I don't think this is in
It's
the
in the rules. It's in the rules.
Let
Yes,
me
it is.
double check. Hold on.
It's in fine print.
Hold on. I actually have the rules. right here.
New donation from Scully.
Yeah, no, it's not there.
It is there.
No, it's not there. Scully, thank you for the dono for vodka. I appreciate you. We are now 38% of the way to our goal for vodka surgery. I appreciate you, Scully. You're gonna get yourself a postcard. And you're gonna get to vote on the postcard design too. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Only 24 days till your kids get there, Willie. I love that. I know you're excited. I know you're excited. What tarot card did you get just now, Jojo? You were adopting Trevor, V, and Dustin. Nice. Nice. I'm assuming you got all of them. Speaking of kid, I was hanging out with my kid in Discord watching them play killer, doing rift challenges. They're being a nice killer, only 2 hooks each unless the survivor didn't bring cake. Then that survivor had to die. I was proud of them. I love that. I love that. Listen, no cake, no life. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. No cake, no life. Anybody have a chance to try the new Netflix horror game? I haven't yet, Cammie. I was thinking about doing a video for YouTube playing it, though. I thought that might be fun because I thought it would be difficult recording it and doing it through Twitch. So I was thinking about maybe making a YouTube video. I thought it would be fun. Have you tried it yet? It looks really cool. A lot of homo activity happening. It's not Pride Month anymore. It's always Pride Month in our hearts.
New donation from Jag.
No, no worries. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your community over. I appreciate you, Steffi. It's Spirit, by the way, which means I'm probably dead. Which is truly unfortunate. I'm not getting my deliverance. Send help. Send help. Hell yeah.
You're getting your deliverance whether you like it or not.
Oh no.
He swung through a pallet that I'm not even there anymore.
Let me heal myself. I'm so bad against Spirit because I can't hear to save my life.
I'm over here. I'm over here. I'm not done with you yet.
Okay, this is fine. I don't want to start Shack because it's so far away from everything else. Is this a 2-person one right now? It is. Haha. I feel like my DPS is off. I don't have Netflix, but if they add some more games, I'd be down to grab a sub. Ah, okay. Well, if I end up doing it, I will definitely record it and share. I think she's coming here.
She's going to Shack.
Oh, is she? Okay. I'll go for the save. I'll go for the save.
Right. She's going back.
Deli! I probably shouldn't have taken her off the hook in front of the killer, but she's on me now. Oh. I was gonna say, did she swap to you?
What is spirit again? Woman
Oh.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Let me heal you, Michaela. You just got taken off the hook.
Holy fuck that speed!
I'm curious exactly how that game works, though, because they were saying like you use your flashlight as
FOB.
your way to look around on the TV. So I don't know. The controls sound very interesting. I feel like it'll be difficult, but I don't know.
FOB.
I don't know. When stream's over, I shelf the poppers and get on my knees again for the Lord, of course. Oh, okay. Irk's back to being God-fearing, you guys.
Scary.
Oh, that was pain res. She's definitely coming here.
Okay.
Oh, she got Michaela. Michaela tried to stick the gen. I'm here. Touch me. Hi, Ghosty. How are you? I love you. Nikki with a 30 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki in the chat. Let's go. What up, party people? We vibing. We vibing, Ghosty. Happy Straightmas. Wow. Wow. Irk's only gay 1 month out of the year, you guys. The other 11 months, it's Straightmas for Irk. Oh my god, this has regressed so much. Killer is on me. Maybe? No. Did she lose me? Is she blind? She's blind.
I hope so.
She's very blind. Okay, cool. I love that for me. Oh, nope, she's back. I was trying to save the Jin and then I was gonna get Cowboy. She came back. Yes, you're gonna have to go get Cowboy. Oh, poor choices because I'm deaf. You know what? That's fine. Hit your skill checks, Cowboy.
You better get me.
Go ahead,
Okay. Doesn't work like corporate America? No. No. Oh, wow. I tried to just zoom by her and she smacked me in the face. That did not work out in my favor. I was like, if I eat this snack, maybe I'll be able to zoom by her, and because she was phasing, she would not notice, but she noticed. She in fact noticed. That was unfortunate for me. I just cannot be streaming for a spirit match. I cannot be streaming for a spirit match. I gotta be able to like turn my game up and lock the fuck in. It's fine. We're having fun. We're getting blood points, and that's what matters, right? Maximize those blood points, friends. Poor Michaela. May she rest in peace. I was gonna say, I think we're all injured. I don't know how anybody gonna take a hit. I think Schrott's trying to set a table, though, it looked like. Oh. Skill check while trying to get off the table. Love that for me. Or get off the table. Get off the gen. I'm gonna cleanse this totem. Let's get some blood points. Wee! There's the one in the street, and then I think there's one downstairs in one of the buildings, but I screamed. She knows where I'm at. Let me zoom me out of here. I am so dead, Schrot, so I'm just gonna need you to... Oh, never mind. Okay. Well. I don't know if I got in here in time for her to not see my aura. Is she camping you? Yeah, your bar's going up.
She's running around the house.
You might be able to unhook yourself.
If she's staying a little bit longer.
Gonna be close, yeah. Shoot, newt. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Oh, oh. Oh, it's gonna be close. Are you there?
Yeah, my spirit. Not yet. 5%.
Oh god. I'm coming. No, no, no! Oh, you were so close to being able to freaking unhook yourself. Well, I was trying to get the extra speed boost so that way I could get there over there faster.
You wanted to eat before getting shot off.
Listen, because it makes me faster.
That's exactly what you were doing.
Yes.
Wanted to stuff your face before getting the unhook. Oh yeah, yeah,
And I got, listen, that was just luck. That was pure luck.
yeah.
That was pure luck. Sure, fiber will make you go faster. I think it's protein. It's the protein from the foot. You know, there's a lot of protein in that foot. They really put their foot in that recipe. Beans would make you go faster? Is it because they're the musical fruit and the more you eat, the more you toot?
Yep.
Thank you, Cowboy. It was fun. It was fun. Thank you for rating me as well. And guys, if you're not already following Cowboy, you know what to do. You know what to do. Give Cowboy a follow. Give Cowboy a follow. It's free. It's free. And he's amazing. And in what, like 2 weeks, we're gonna be doing a charity tournament together.
Yeah, no, not this weekend, next weekend.
Yep. Can't be a hero on an empty stomach. That's right, Day. Day gets it. Day
You waited
it.
until he died to get food.
No. No. I thought he was gonna be able to get
Was
himself off
already
hook.
dead.
To be fair.
I missed one skill check.
Oh, you missed a skill check. Okay.
He did miss a skill check though.
Oh. Wow. Wow.
But you still
Yeah,
decide to get food.
Anti-camp is it's pretty good. It's pretty strong. So you got to be careful when you kill her, not to camp the hook unless you're wanting the person to get off, basically.
Good luck in your games and be safe.
Thank you, Cowboy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ghosty, are you going to hop in with us? If it happens again, pause. I'll try and point out on the screen where it's happening so you can see. Guys, go follow Cowboy. Go follow Cowboy. Also, Ghosty, I don't know if you saw Cammy and I were talking about the Netflix game. I don't know if you've seen the ads for that or if anybody else has seen the ads for that, but I wanted to play it. And I was thinking about doing a YouTube video for it. So... You're talking about that with me and I ignored you. Was I doing something else or thinking about something else? My bad. My bad. I'm sorry, I wasn't meaning to ignore you. Alright, if anybody wants to hop in, we have room. I am going to hold a spot for Ghosty, but we have room for one more. Oh.
I got a DC.
You got disconnected, or are you done?
No, I'm got a DC.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. I didn't mean to ignore Ghosty. I didn't mean to. You didn't see the sick song I created for Shroot New? I did not. Team CC and Cowboy? That's right. That's right, Jag. That's right. Team CC and a Cowboy. Also, Jag, thank you so much for your donation to Help Vodka. I heckin' appreciate you. And that put us at 39%, by the way. 39% for vodka. I appreciate you. You're going to get yourself a postcard as well. So I heckin' appreciate you. I heckin' appreciate you. Anybody who's able to donate or share or, you know, lurkin, those things help. Those things help. Unfortunately, doggo surgery is more expensive than I would want it to be, or anybody would want it to be. Should I try and adept Cheryl?
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Shroot hit the newt. Shroot played the flute. Shroot eat the grapefruit. That's cute. That's cute. I like that. I like that. I like that. Pause, not the ghosty who. Thank you for the lurk day. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. It's hard to think. It's hard for me to think all the time. Literally all the time. What is thinking? I don't even know. I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Could never be me. I wouldn't know.
New donation from Dakota 2000.
Dakota, thank you for the dono to Help Vodka. Oh. Is it the lobby? Should I remake the lobby?
No, it's always when I'm on my blood.
Oh,
Then
that's weird.
Says it's an error occurring while blood web.
That's so weird. That's so weird. Dakota, thank you so much for the donation to Help Vodka as well. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. That's so kind of you. So kind of you. Oh, 7. I misread that. 7, not 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got death again. Death again, Urk. If it had been 3, you would have had the High Priestess. Just in case you were wondering. Just in case you were wondering. Shana be tinky today, I can tell. Shana had a shower. Quit rigging it? I'm not rigging it, I swear. I swear. Oh god. If anybody wants to hop in, we have room. So Blood Pact, while you're not the obsession, while you are the obsession or injured, you see each other's auras. Whenever you finish healing the obsession or they finish healing you, while within 60 meters of each other, you gain 7% haste. Repressed Alliance, after repairing generator for 45 seconds. While repairing a generator alone, use F to block the generator for 30 seconds. Okay. And Soul Guard. While hexed, you can fully recover. Whenever you fully recover, you gain endurance for 8 seconds. This is better when paired with something else, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. Basically, we're running perkless, guys. Basically running perkless this round. It's fine. We don't need perks. We don't need perks. I love being naked anyway. So. Alright. Let's do this. Oh, you're coming? Okay. Ghosty's coming. You too, Dakota. You too. I'm doing well, Ohio. I'm doing well. It's my Friday today because I got a 3-day weekend, so I am very happy about that. Very happy about that. Cannot complain. Happy to be here hanging out with everybody playing games. You know. Mystic Fox Rebel, enjoy that pull tea. Is Vodka feeling better today? She seems like it. Like, her overall demeanor is good. I kind of want to be careful, you know, about what I give her, but her behavior's fine and stuff. No, you're fine, Ghosty. Perkless witch tits. Honestly, you know what? Hold on. I need to do a quick game restart. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. We're gonna restart our game.
Changing your name?
I sure am. I've been inspired.
Yeah.
I've been inspired.
Was every day.
Thank you so much for that, Scully. I had a great day. I had a great day. How was your day?
I had a fantastic day, let me tell you.
Thank you for the hydration station, Scully. Choo-choo, everybody please hydrate with me. Oh my gosh, there's a King Cowboy on YouTube. Hi, King Cowboy on YouTube. How you doing?
Dead asset, dead asset, dead asset, dead asset.
Apparently, I wonder if it's the same one or if it's different. You think?
Just my glasses? I have like a little smudge spot.
I didn't mean to if I did.
Oh, we did spill that energy drink thing.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
It might have got on it.
It might have, yeah, because it was sitting right beside your glasses when I went to pick up the plushie and knocked over the energy drink. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made.
Loading up.
Okay. Let me get Shroot Newt back in here. Shroot Newt. Ada, ada. Thank you for the ada, ada, ulu. Guys, don't forget to grab your bingo cards if you haven't. Bingo, bango, bungo card. I should probably check and see if there's anything we need to mark off.
Oh, sorry, I'm here now, so I can try and help.
You're fine.
As I'll say, Scully not helping, but Scully, I see Scully doesn't have the...
Yeah, Scully is via piss right now. I don't know if Scully it has enough energy to help right now or not. So I have not bothered to ask her.
Sword.
Scully lost her sword when she got timed out the last time. Go lay down, cowboy. Get some rest. I know you had a busy, tiring day today. So I'll put you guys on the drop scene so you can play some words while we get readied up and stuff.
Did you see the new archive thing?
Yeah, I did. I'm curious about the vial. New DVD friend? Yeah. Short's a lot of fun to play with.
See? Scully's here. Make her call Bingo.
Okay. Okay. I just don't wanna be annoying.
Scully's good for DVD.
Scully's good at a lot of things.
For DVD.
I did find Hatch. Killer camped Short a little bit.
I would
For
say
that.
so, but I don't think I have the rights to tease Sullivan.
What do you mean? Why don't you get to tease Sylvan?
The comment Sullivan made. I can't. So I'm gonna hope that you see the comment and you see the opportunity to do it.
Scully's the best. What am I supposed to say?
Oh my god. You suck.
I'm sorry.
You let me down.
I'm sorry.
You let me down.
I'm sorry.
You let me down. We're supposed to share the same brain cell.
I don't have a
I
brain
can't
cell at
speak.
all today.
I can't speak, so obviously you have it.
Oh, I don't have a brain cell at all today.
Oh my god, where did we put our brain cell?
I think Scully has it today.
Who said Scully could use our fucking brain cell?
Well, sometimes Scully has it.
Nightmare.
Sometimes
nightmare,
Scully has it. I don't know.
Nightmare. Nightmare. Nightmare.
Shana cheats at drops. I do not. I do not. Yeah, I know you were playing with Cowboy. You were playing Cowboy and Shrut. You guys were having a lot of fun. Shroot Newt. Feels for reals though rigged. I'm not rigged. I was not. It was not rigged.
Alright, DMD
You're right though. You're right though.
So you could have said it, but no.
Listen, my brain not working well enough for that. There's a ladybug in the chat if anyone wants to catch it.
Does anybody have like any like object obsession like built
My evaluation was
Oh,
a pass with flying
yes. So
I'll
my
be home in a couple of days.
aura build,
There's a few things I need to take care
it's
of first.
actually, did I put it
However,
in
Mom, in about a week or two,
the
I'm planning on
builds
taking another
section?
journey. I was told about another opportunity at a city that's kind of far from
DVD
here.
builds.
Apparently, the goal is to
I
be
did.
sauce.
It's not mine. It's actually, it was Cowboy's suggestion, and I saved it because I really liked it. We see you. Object of obsession.
We. I don't have that one.
Oh. That's 11's perk. We need to get you.
Oh, yeah. I don't.
We need to get you the. Wow. See, this is how bad my brain is today.
Well, why did you let Scully take our fucking brain cell?
Scully, can I have the brain cell back, please? Scully. I need.
It was shared upon between you and I, but no, you gave it to Scully.
I need the brain cell back today, please. I need my brain to work. Hold on. Hold on. Stranger Things. That's what I was trying to say. Yes. We need to get you the Stranger Things people. Hold on. I'm gonna.
Don't overuse it. That's the only one we have. It's shared with me. What do you mean don't overuse it?
You know what? Ghosty. I love you. And I just got paid. I just got paid.
No.
I just got paid.
I still got paid anyways. If somebody
And you're editing my videos and stuff for me, so let me get this for you. Yes.
Does somebody know how to turn off gifts in Steam?
Cynical, hello on YouTube. For no reason whatsoever, headass.
Alright, I'm gonna do Decisive Strike over Object of Obsession.
I was gonna say Object of Obsession, Fogwise, and Eyes of Belmont were the other ones that were part of it.
Fogwise, and I do have
Eyes of Belmont?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
What are you doing? Get the fuck up.
There you go.
I thought you said you were deadly.
Don't.
Hurry up.
Don't.
We got shit to do.
You bought your first killer to try and learn. What killer did you get? Alright. Once again, if anybody does decide they want to join us, we have room for one more. If anybody does decide they want to join us. So. You don't have to join BC. Yeah, it's not required.
But you don't have to.
Not required.
Wow, I just coughed. Oh my goodness. You know what? Never mind.
Are you okay? Also, Dracaris, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you're doing well today, friendo. Ghostface, that way if I suck I can at least be goofy and survivors surely will participate. Ghostface is really good for like goofing with survivors. Ghostface is really good for that. Love your face in traffic almost to Dallas. I hope the road has been safe for you. Texas drivers are scary. I won't even try and lie to you. Yeah. Texas drivers are terrifying. Together. Oh. We can all live together. Together. Head ass. Ghostface is a lot of fun too. I don't know about like general Ghostface builds, but I know like the build that I've been using during this event has been really fun to play. If you want a build for him, I don't know how much of it you would need necessarily from other killers though, is the other thing. So that's the part that makes it difficult. That's the part that makes it difficult when it comes to builds, you know? You kind of gotta get everyone at some point if you want to be able to really play around with different builds. Yeah.
No, pay to win, not pay to play. You don't have to pay to play. Wait, no, you still do. They're ripping you off either way.
It all adds up. But there's so many sales too that like.
It's Bing Bong. It's Bing Bong. He's at the banquet.
Oh.
He's at the banquet. He's at the banquet.
Either way, I was able to put my plate down. He's still on me. I knew he was gonna hit me and down me either way, so I was gonna put myself in the locker. Thank you. How you doing today, Whippy? It's good to see you. Oh, not my pup cup.
I'm not used to it right now.
No, it's okay. It's not my. I'm not doing the best today either. If it makes you feel better.
Where are you
Whoa.
taking me, dude?
Oh, he's right on me. So sorry. Oh my god, I didn't even make it around there to fucking drop the pallet again. I always miss you, Whippy.
We're blocking it. Oh my god, you're gonna get off.
You both went down. Why? Why? You guys, it wasn't worth it. We need to get this table set. We need to get both of them unhooked. What is going on?
Oh my god, I missed my decisive strike. Oh my god,
We should have been setting that table. We could have had both of you up. Oh my god.
I'm at 2 hooks. This really doesn't like that shit.
I've got 3 plates on this table. We just need one more. W. Good job, Rick. Good job, Rick.
He really said we can all live.
Oh, shit. Because I missed myself. You know, that doesn't surprise me. We'll say that I missed that on purpose because I was missing you. That's how much I was missing you, is that I missed my skill check, Whippy. I missed my skill check to show. Oh my god, I did it again. God. Okay, I need to stop looking away. Yeah, I need to lock in. I need to stop looking away. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Okay, this game's thrown. That's fine.
No, I just can't. I can't focus. I'm having a really hard time right now.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not blaming you.
Shut up. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I can't focus. Oh my god.
Damn it.
What is happening over there?
I mean, the game was already thrown. So.
No. No. Oh my god, this is awful. This is awful.
No, it was awful from the beginning.
Run. Get out of here. This is awful. I am not getting my adept this round. There's no question. I'm basically playing like a fucking noob right now. Just kill me. Just kill me. We're not doing. We're not. Oh, you mean Ghosty? Is that what you're talking about, True? Or like actually vodka? I'm playing like a noob this round, so don't count this round, Ash. But I don't know what I'm doing. 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 I don't know what happened. I couldn't hit a skill check to save my life. I don't know where my brain was. I don't know what's going on. I'm very no, don't take no, why? Short, what the fuck did you just do? Why did you do that? I was missing my skill checks for a reason.
Okay, sorry.
Why? Mr. Wraith, come kill me, please.
You could get Ash.
No, I don't want to. Oh, and okay, you're just gonna leave me down. Great. It's that kind of game. Cool. You should have just left me on the hook. You're not allowed to give up? I already gave up 5 games ago. I'm disconnecting. I don't even want. No. I was tunneled out my last 2 games. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. Killers be tunneling a lot lately. It's because the killers for the event don't know how to play. This is my honest opinion. If they don't know how to play the event properly, they tunnel. Because they feel like they don't have another choice. When they do. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. I understand tunneling when it's a strategy to win because you don't have another choice to do it. This match, we all played terribly. That was on us. That was on us. Specifically me. So sorry. Find Hatch Trot. I believe in you. But It was definitely a skill issue. I genuinely feel like with this event, like, if you know how to use your poison and you're playing the right perks, and maybe it's not meant for certain killers, which is unfortunate. You might have to go away from your typical main, you know? He had no head. That so sucks. That so sucks. Then, yeah. You're gonna have a hard time. So, I don't know. Next match. Hee. If anybody wants to join us, we have room for one more. I promise to lock in better. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened last match. I don't know where my brain was. Let me get vodka over here for those snacks. No spanking? Listen, Bing Bong can spank if he wants to.
Hold on. Let me restart my computer.
Okay. What if I didn't have to go to bed soon? Do you have to work in the morning?
I'm gonna call this one because you kind of said it.
This is my fault. Oh, yeah, totally. No, it was my fault. That was my fault. That was my fault. That's what I noticed since your Ghostface game, yeah. Which, I mean, I make mistakes, you know, and I don't always win. Because I'm not a 10 out of 10 Ghostface. I'm new to Ghostface. But I was doing really well with like my build and the games I was playing and stuff.
My bad, Scully. My bad. I counted the cakes as same item.
You can
It's not an item, though.
you can take it off now.
Can I?
Yeah.
I can uncall it.
Mhm. You can uncall on bingo now.
How do you do that?
I don't know.
Oh, okay,
I just
cool.
know that you can.
Okay. You just click on it again, as if you're gonna call it.
Look at that pretty girl. Look at her.
I am so stupid. I counted the fucking offering as the same item. I've been doing that for a while.
Have you?
Yes.
You goober.
Because I'm like, oh yeah, everybody brought cakes. It's the same item. No, that's an offer.
You're a
Can you
goober.
invite me?
Is my DPI turned up or something? What is... Hold on. Let me check my DPI real quick. It feels off. It feels off.
You know what it's time for? To play as
Sleepy
an annoying
pupper,
dog.
yeah. Are you gonna be an 11 with a flashlight?
I'm about to pretend like I'm the sweatiest survivor ever.
Oh my god, yeah, my DPI was at 6,400. No wonder.
Ooh, that's what I play on. What you mean?
Is that actually?
No, I think mine's on. No, it might be. Hold on. No, it's somewhere in between.
I don't know how that got messed up. Oh my god. No wonder. Okay. You're not allowed to uncall something on my bingo? Uh-oh. Ah.
Sounds like a you problem.
All right. Me too. I'm gonna lock in.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's do a prediction.
the final moments for tonight's edition. But before I
Well,
sign
Shana.
off, I need to
Adept.
give a hint
Yes
regarding
or no?
how this edition is dubbed
Wow.
the home stretch.
Now the
It
question is,
has
will I adept?
something to do with the next edition of
Will
the
I adept?
Kyoto Hour.
The gamba is
So
up.
with all
The gamba is
that
up.
said, I bid you all a good night.
Let's find out. Could I get card number 10, please? Oh, so sorry. You got death again. You really like the death card tonight, Irk. You and the death card are vibing tonight, Irk.
Archaeologist.
It's not an 07. It's not the Hangman. What the hell is happening? I don't know. The RNG though, I know. Irk just really loves that death card tonight, you guys. Hmm. Oh, really? How much is it?
$500, nobody can afford them.
That's insane.
That's not what I'm excited for. You know how, like, when they're shutting down, like, it's the
Yeah.
end of the season, they'll sell the cardboard stamp.
Who didn't bring cake?
It might have been me. I think it was me. I'm sorry. I'm naked, so...
Ghosty, you're about to get you about to get tunneled out. You know that, right?
I'm about to get tunneled out regardless. I'm 11.
I mean, that might be accurate. Yeah.
I'm 7-Eleven with a flashlight. I'm cosplaying a sweaty person.
Does Death Card really love her? That might be accurate.
Get her.
Wow!
Oh man, Spookologist is running no mither. Am I there? Oh, it's Houndmaster! I really love Houndmaster.
Wait, she's wearing my fit.
Spookologist?
Yeah. This is my favorite one, though. It's Portals.
She seems kind of lost.
DBD could be a cool D&D game. How so? What do you mean? I mean, there's Vecna in here. And the first. Oh, she's on you? I'm trying to find a Jen.
He doesn't know how to control a dog.
Oh, she might be new.
Either that or she hasn't got the grasp of it yet. She's not acting like she really wants me.
She's not committed to you.
Well, she sent her dog off. the other direction and kept looping me, but act like she didn't want to loop me, so I'm like, very confused. Maybe she'd be to the hill.
I think she's trying to get up to that hill. Are you gonna be able to wiggle off?
Yeah, somebody took a hit from me.
Oh. My bad.
No, I was very close and I didn't quite get it. But it's early on, it doesn't matter. Spook is doing incantations.
Oh, she's weaving spiders? Oh, where? Where's the basement?
Unsure. I don't think I can see her.
Short, can you go get Ghosty by chance?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can see her. I'm gonna try and set this table. If I can find a frickin' table. Oh my god. I can't find a table.
Incredibly weird.
Where the heck are the carts at? Why are there no carts?
There is carts, they're just on the side of the map I'm focused on.
Oh my god, the RNG for this map is trash.
I'm gonna pet that dog.
What the hell is happening? Oh, that was for your card, yeah. No, I don't think you can pet the dog. I don't think you can pet the dog. I think she finished weaving her spiders. That's why she's got no mither, is because she's weaving spiders. Good for her.
He's playing weird though. Like I'm 100% certain that you'll get your. I've got people that will reach you.
I blocked the generator so that she can't kick it.
She's just circling around main.
She's looking for me. Yeah, she just got Spooky and put Spooky on the hook. I'm trying to finish main so we don't end up like 3-genning ourselves. Main's a really important gen to do on this map.
That's why she's trying to hold it.
When I get the Houndmaster exactly twice ever, not one has she ever let me pet the dog. Yeah, they usually don't, unfortunately. It's very rare that you get a nice Houndmaster because, unfortunately, they're not often played. And I feel like when they are, people are trying to either learn how to play them or they're playing them very aggressively because they know how to play them and they're trying to show, yeah, I know how to play my Houndmaster, which like is totally fine. You know what I mean?
You don't really see them often.
You don't, but that's why I feel like you also don't often get a Houndmaster who is going to let you pet their dog. You know? Did DVD almost break? What do you mean? What happened?
No! Oh, shit. I was trying to take that hit for you.
Oh, that was too close. You were too close to the hook. You were too close to that hook, Shro. Welcome in, Raiders! Whoa! How are you, Nightmare? Welcome in. Guys, if you're not already following Nightmare, there's a button popping at the top of your screen that I need you to hug right now. It is free to do so. Please take that button. Give it a boopy boop tippy tap. Go give Nightmare a sneaky cheeky follow. It is free.
7 views.
So why would you not? Welcome in, Raiders. How's everybody doing? Hello, hello, hello. For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Shana. Hi. I'm a horror streamer.
Nightmare.
Phasmophobia is my favorite game. We play lots of scary games here. I'm an official DVD creator, an official Blumhouse creator. I just like to vibe, have fun, have a good time, and get scared. We are goofing, trying to get lots of blood points today. I'm officially, currently, hi, I know English sometimes, trying to adept Cheryl. So.
Oh my god, I'm under the pallet.
Oh. Shadow, welcome in. Nightmare, of course, welcome in. How was your stream? How was your stream? Who's Nightmare? Ours if we don't follow you, I guess. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, she's coming. Shot, run. Coming to get you. I think she's. Well, she had just gotten me and healed me. I think she's just trying to play safe because she's permanently injured and on 2 hooks, which is fair. We've got 2 gens really close to each other right here. And then the one that we were trying to work on earlier, she's coming. She's on me. Oh, she left me. She's going after you, Shot.
She's,
after Shroud, no, this isn't me.
Oh, I thought she was going after Shot. Oh, doggo, doggo. Oh, nope, she's on me. She's just trying to protect the gens right now, so if we can, like, be safe and play safe, we'll be fine. We just need to play safe.
I'm gonna pull her away, pulling her towards Shack.
Okay.
She's still on me, I believe. Oh no, she dropped me, dropped me, dropped me. Coming back.
We might get this gen done in a few seconds.
Okay. Nice.
Let's go. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Alright, I'm on the door that's near the equipment and the crushed cars.
I'm on the door that...
Let it run a few times. Or a few minutes. Oh yeah. Oh, she's on me, she's on me, she's on me.
I got mine
Fuck.
open.
Fuck, 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 fuck. I'm down. Yeah, you guys are gonna need to heal up if you're gonna come to get me. She is coming straight to your door. Did all my part 2 challenges. Let's go. Let's go. I love that. I love that. You're a creator as well? Hell yeah. How long have you been playing DVD? Who's your main?
Okay, Spook is getting the
And
door,
both
you
survivor and killer. Okay.
Okay,
Yay. Thank you. Leave.
I'm out of here.
Alright, go.
Yeah, I'm out, so that way none of us get held back, because that dog can be deadly if you get caught at the door. GG's. That was a thank you to Spook and not a teabag, by the way, just so you guys know. Just so you guys know. Let's go. Let's go. Since 2019. Okay, you've been playing for a long time. So I first got the game when I moved back to the US and finally got a computer, because prior to that I was on MacBook, which would not have run DVD very well in 2020, and only did custom lobbies with my friends because I was mortified of getting into a public lobby and playing with real people at all. I was just mortified. Absolutely mortified. We have room, by the way, for one person if anybody wants to hop in. You can just join. Currently, my name is Perkless Witch Tits. If you'd like to come play, you can just request to join. And happy to have you. You don't have to join VC unless you want to. And then after that, after doing that for quite some time, I finally one day got the balls to eventually start playing public lobbies with some of my friends, and then more recently started playing killer in public lobbies after the first 2v8 came out. That was my first experience playing killer in any kind of public lobby. Prior to that, I hadn't at all. What?
I was trying to find the tone I was just on, that's why I was taking it off.
Oh, you're fine. But it, like, I'd only done killer in my customs with my friends prior to that. And the 2v8 kind of inspired me to start playing killer, and I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed playing killer, and I've gotten really deep into it. So it's been a lot of fun. I switch characters a lot. I own them all and want to use them all, but I'd say I'm a Trapper Michaela main. I love that. You don't see it. I feel like you don't see a lot of Trapper mains anymore, simply because, like, he's just not as strong if you don't know how to play him right, you know? But especially if you're doing like basement trapper or something, he can be really good. And if you know how to place the traps right, he can frustrate some survivors. Sassy Walk the Houndmaster has. I love Houndmaster. I think she is a really cool killer. She's a really cool killer. You're playing when the great tap space bar on hook times. Dog is nothing to bark about. Oh, yeah. I like that. I like that. Tech Naughty Bear main. Ooh, nice. I love the Naughty Bear skin. I love the Naughty Bear skin. I think he's so cute. Chris, hello on YouTube. How are you? Hello, hello.
Not the Steve.
Did Steve. You guys go together.
Don't you ever tell me that again.
I'm sorry. Seen a lot of changes, yeah. You don't miss those days, pause. Need to raid and run. Oh my god, please. Yeah, I could yap forever. So if you need to raid, run, post-stream self-care, go take care of yourself. Thank you for bringing your community in, though. Enjoy the scary movie you're gonna go see. I hope you have fun. Scary movie's really good. I thought it was good anyway. I thought it was good. It may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I thought it was really good. And you have an amazing night. Enjoy some... Oh, a scary movie. You're seeing Lockdown. Ooh, okay. I haven't heard much about it, but I hope it's good. I hope it's good. Enjoy. And we'll see you soon. Hi, zombies. It's good to see you. Welcome in. My screen is vibrant. Yeah, it's my filter that I have on it. It's my filter. Zombies, we have room for one if you want to hop in. You don't see... I mean, we could put my other filter on.
Okay, I'm running. I hope he does find me. I'm gonna tell his mother.
We could put my other filter.
Why did you let him put 360 no scope?
I'm surprised Solvin's not wanting to hop in.
What?
I said I'm surprised Solvin's not wanting to hop in. Solvin's addiction is strong. Okay. He was on me, but I think I lost him. Oh, I've got TR.
I said Shruti Booty. Oh. What the? Okay, shots getting thunder out.
That's why the colors looked funny that one time when I was lurking while moderating elsewhere. Yeah, this is one of the filters that I usually use when I'm doing comp games. Because personally, I feel like I can actually see what's going on in the game better. As far as like what's important. You know? Like, I'm not distracted by
It's _squawking_Ziegler
everything
just
else.
raided with 6 viewers.
I can focus on the key elements in the game that I need to focus on. Squawking, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. Guys, please give Squawking a follow. It's free. It's free. Welcome in, guys. Barking,
Looks like
welcome
there are
in.
others out there in need of help.
How's everybody doing? Why are we green? Well, Zombies was saying how my screen was very vibrant previously. And so, ooh, I ran right into him. I was looking behind me. I wanted to... I wanted to show
just resubscribed for 36 months.
A different filter than what I had on, which is, this is the one that I usually use when I'm like doing comp games. TB, how are you? Thank you for the 36 heckin' months. I hope you're doing amazing. It's good to see you. Bloom, welcome in with that raid. And I was saying how, like, the reason I use this is because I feel like, yes, everything's very green, but the things that are important stand out a lot more versus, like, here. Everything looks really good, right? But there's a whole lot going on. There's a whole lot going on.
Welcome back.
So if I change the filter, I'm able to like really hone in on the things I need to hone in on. I don't know if that makes sense. Thank you. I think he's coming.
Yes.
That's not nice. He stabbed you right in front of me. I'm so sorry. I was yapping. I should mute.
Shruti Booty was getting tunneled the talking.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know how to save anybody right now. I'm not saying it was bad, it was just a weird situation. Like I can usually handle. But
He's probably gonna come out right over here. I'm just gonna... Yep. I'll go for the unhook. I like green colorblind assist. Yeah, that was part of the filter there. That was part of the filter there. I'm doing really well though, Squawking. I'm doing really well. How was your stream? Tell us about it. Let us know when you're streaming next. Gonna get going. Wonderful seeing you again. It's good seeing you too. It's good seeing you too. If you want to let us know when you're streaming next, let us know. But if you need to go and do some post-stream self-care and all of that, that's totally cool. Totally cool. I'm sorry, Shroot Newt. I'm sorry. I was real yapping. I was hardcore yapping. I was very not locked in this round. I'm very sorry.
did we pay out the last round?
Oh, I did not pay out the prediction. I will though. There's usually a table right here. Oh, there's not. I mean a cart. I meant a cart. And I said table. Boo. 7, 4, just kidding. Number 7. Okay, I will get your number 7 in a moment. In a moment, Blue Jay. How are you? Also, Blue Jay, I hope you're doing well today. Is he gonna leave him down or is he gonna pick him? Why? Why? Streaming at 6:30 tomorrow. You guys know what to do. Be there. 6:30 Pacific tomorrow. Support squawking. I'll get those vodka snacks after this as well. Showed my partner and he patted my shoulder and told me there was purple in there as well and reminded me that I was colorblind. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yep. Yeah, if you're colorblind, that would probably look very different for you. Oh no. Of course. Of course, I was gonna come pick him up. Well, that sucks. I was gonna come pick him up, and he got there just as I did. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Okay. I gotta lock in this next round. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, I swear. Let me get vodka over here, and I will pull your card as well, Blue Jay. Hopefully she heard me. Okay. And you went number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got the moon. You lost all of your sanity. It is all gone. There she is. There's our good girl. Go to your place. Oh, you're in art fight too, Blue Jay? Let's go. Ghosty as well. Oh, you guys are already talking about that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Are you guys on the same team?
No, they're on comedy.
Oh. Uh-oh. Arch rivals. Arch rivals.
That's the whole point of art fight, is to attack the other team. I mean, you can friendly fire though.
You're playing Cult of the Lamb. It's a hilarious game. Listen. I love Cult of the Lamb. I've never played it, but I love watching it. I love that game. I think it's really cool.
You can
I think it's really cool.
Share Discord.
I mean, I know we can.
Discord, share it. Share Steam.
Share Steam, yeah. I want to see Blue Jay. I want to see. Definitely put it in there. Alright, let me pay out the prediction. Oh. Never mind. I'll just return all your points because everybody voted no. Literally 15,000 points were on no. Nobody voted yes. And we got out. Wow.
They believe in us.
Wow. Nobody believed I was gonna survive an adept. And guess what? I did. Hi, Racer. Nemo's sleeping in his bed. That's good. I'm glad you and Nemo are doing well today. It's good to see you. Good to see you. You like moons? Me too. Me too. So that's fair. That's fair. They had really good team names this year. How does one join the Discord? That link right there. Thank you, Scully. Someone's awake? Oh, not for long. Not for long. It's in the Discord now? Hell yeah. Alright guys, Gamba's up if you want to Gamba. Will I escape? Someone didn't bring cake. Is it still ghosty? Is it the killer? It's in Discord now. I want to see. Oh, I'll have to look after this match. I changed it. I changed it. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Main is a table. It's not a gen. I wonder if the atrium has a gen.
Oh my god, we got Miguel.
Oh my god. I hate it here.
Miguel.
Calling him Miguel doesn't make it better. I hope you know that.
Yeah.
Did he leave you down?
He's running.
We should have finished setting the table.
Or we can iron.
Could have finished setting the table.
I wasn't near it. I wasn't near it.
He's running around
I mean, to be fair,
Oh. He's
Maine is
around
kind of the only place in this map.
Put one more down. There we go. So now that table only needs one more.
You have like Maine in the middle, and then you have where you're hooked at is gardens, and then you have shack, and
He's coming down. He's coming down. He's coming down. You guys run.
I'm trying to think how you kind of describe the other areas. I don't know if anybody has any good descriptors for them. He's staring at somebody. Oh. I just realized who he's been staring at. And I think he's gonna bring them to basement. Oh, maybe not. Okay.
I don't think he wasn't staring at them, and I think it was based off me, because he was chasing me, but he didn't have line of sight for me.
I don't know. I'm gonna go save them though. Oh, well, I was, but he's right here. Oh, I couldn't get to the pallet fast enough. No. I hate it here. This is my worst nightmare.
Would it be better?
You know, let me try. No, he's still scary because he's not purple. His face is still creepy. Fuck me.
I'm gonna save Shana.
Still running here around.
Oh. He's very close by.
I need your character to like calm the fuck down.
Why? She's expressing my feelings. We have a Janet shack.
Okay, we'll do it.
Adam, hi. What happened to the colors? I put a different filter on.
I gotta try and take Chase. Taking Chase.
Okay. Is the other person going for you, Shroud, or should I come?
It looks like yeah, he's coming.
Okay. Back to the green dimension. Do you like the green dimension eclipse? Number 6. I will get that for you in just a moment, Scully. Yeah, it is. It is part of the color blindness filter, Blue Jay. Yeah. Why would you fast vault into here, sir? Now he knows I'm here.
I think he might be coming that way too.
I swear to God, if Mikey puts me in this basement, I will have your head. And then you're gonna. Oh my God. Sandbag me with the pallet. I hate you. I'm not. I hate it here.
I'm gonna try and take him off, Shana.
He's staring at me. Ah! Ah! He's trying to spit poison at me. He poisoned me. I blinded him. I blinded him. I blinded him.
He is after you. How am I able to walk through him? What the hell?
Oh my God. Heal me. Heal me, please. I don't know how I just got away. That was insane.
I had endurance.
You should totally make a colorblind character, Blue Jay. I'll come save you, Ghosty. I got you.
I feel like I shouldn't be able to walk through my
You know, probably not. Uh-oh, I think he's coming back.
Is he cheating?
You know, I don't know.
Because I feel like he would have still had like some
Collision?
sort of body. Yeah.
Alright, but when he chased me, I was able to walk right through him.
Did you literally go straight through him?
I literally went straight through him.
You know? Oh, he's behind you.
Look, 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 look. You see that?
I'm on the ledge.
I literally can go straight through him.
What?
That blinded him. That went off.
That should have been a flashlight save. That was well timed. Are you kidding me? I timed that right? Did I not time that right? Was I early? Oh, if he stalks, he has no collision, Scully said.
Oh, okay, okay.
Did I time that badly? Was I late? Was I early?
I really don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Oh my god, Shro. Did he take you off the gen? This has gone downhill quickly. I swear that should have been on time. What the helly? There's a rare color blindness where people can't see gray at all? Really? Oh my god. Guys, I think we're fucked. Oh! 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 Oh no! Run, sir. Run for your life. Ah! finish the gen. Please finish the gen, Vampire Man. Now save me. Save me, Vampire Man. Don't leave me here to die. Oh, he's not gonna be able to. I should die. Maybe he'll get Hatch. Maybe he'll get Hatch. Watch out, that's a killer. Yeah. Rubber banding, you got robbed there. Yeah, that might have been what happened. That might have been it. Oh my god. I need to see if he gets out. Nope. No, 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 no. I don't need to watch that Maury. Nope. Oh. Considering who the killer is, I don't fault Shana at all for screaming in terror and waking me up fully. I'm so sorry, honest. I'm so sorry. Listen. You know, I'm not a big Myers fan. I'm not, he scares me, but I do my best. I just scream and cry the whole time. It's fine. It's fine. It was a bit early, is that what it was? Dang, I tried so hard. Alright, we have room for one more if anybody wants to hop in. No pressure, and you don't have to be in VC if you don't want to be. If you don't want to be. It was very close. Quit trying to pull me from Paleo Lady. I will not apologize. I will not apologize. I could join if you want a fourth. Bri, absolutely. Get in here. Get in here, Bri.
Shana.
Yes.
And DMs.
Yeah. You know what my toxic trait is? Thinking Google knows exactly who I'm talking about when I just type one thing without context behind it. You know? Honestly valid. I do the same thing. And unfortunately, Google is not a mind reader half the time. Google is not a mind reader half the time. Unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Okay. We got Brian here. Beautiful. All right. Forever, enjoy your yokai latte. How are you? I type doctor and get stock images of doctors. Yeah, probably not the doctor you were looking for, huh? I'm gonna restart this song. This is one of my favorite zombies songs. I freaking love this song. So glad he finally added this to his YouTube. It's Onryo themed. Am I going crazy or did I just hear Faz? You did not hear Faz. You might be going a little crazy. Unless you're talking about from people getting their refills. Because when people get their cafe refills, that's where there's like a Faz alert that goes off. That might be what you're hearing. That might be what you're hearing. I'll put us in the drop scene while we're waiting for everybody. And we're all cursed. Forever, thank you for cursing everybody today. Thank you for the curse. By the way, Catacorn, I love your username. Wow. Thank you for the curse. Thank you for the curse. The next prediction is, will Ghosty survive? Will Ghosty survive?
Damn.
Get your ghost gamba. Not ghost gamba. Well, I guess it is your ghost gamba because you're gambaing on Ghosty. Get your gamba in. Is Ghosty gonna survive? How you doing, Paul? Looking for help or something? Yep. Yeah. It's the check-in from the cafe. That's what it is. That's what it is, Catacorn.
Less curse but all Shana appreciation.
I love you forever. I love you forever. Thank you for the biddies. You know you don't have to do that. Friday just started and cursed is ready.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Absolutely voted no because Ghosty was so Ghosty goes out of their way to sacrifice themselves to save others. There's no question. There's no question. So.
I need Ghosty lock in. What?
Oh.
Why am I needing? What? Did you bet that I would
I think
live?
Scully bet on your life.
Oh
I was
God.
dropping. You'd still see your score if you landed, true. You'd still see your
I'm gonna
score.
Send immediately as I load in. I'm ascending. Oh.
Ghosty loaded in on 3 hooks. Just dead. Just dead. Whippy, enjoy your suicide. Put my college fund on you, Ghosty. Damn.
I'm for sure.
Oh, it's Vecna.
It's a leech.
Yep, the first, but the original. Oh!
That's a leech.
So that was a mimic. That's a bad chest. That's a bad chest.
See if I still can't throw that beat.
The way Bri looked at me just now. Daddy Vecna, yep, Daddy Vecna.
I threw Shaq. I'm so sorry.
No, do what you gotta do to live. Oh, that was so funny.
Yes.
Hi, Rodeo. How are you? Welcome in. Why is Cutie Katie naked? I don't know.
Are you guys on the same gen or did I do two gen one? Okay. For all the pallets, go see. Okay. God, it's throwing all the pallets.
Oh my god.
While I'm not even in chase, I'm just throwing them for stalling on my head.
Alright, I'm gonna try and finish main if I can. You heard the potato? Yeah! There's also an alert you can do. It's a random ghost sound or like jump scare.
Somebody save me. Brad, can you save me?
I'm getting.
I was gonna say I guessed that maybe Bri was on his way because he wasn't in chase and he wasn't on a gen.
I need a night shiny armor.
Oh, Bri is now
Guys,
in
go
chase.
Guys,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
giving me a hit
coming.
second. Guys. Shrudy booty. A little faster, Shrudy booty. Shrudy booty. Shrudy booty.
Pressing all.
I just put my
Wait a
Crocs in
second.
sports mode. I put my Crocs in sports mode. Fuck.
Ghosty, save someone. I'm on hook. What do you mean, save someone?
Oh my god. Here, I'll take chase. No, 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 you leave them alone. You leave. No. No. Oh my god. You. You leave them alone. Shrug, go say Bri. Go say Bri. Shrug, go say Bri. Go say Bri before they get on second. Go say Bri before they get on second. Shrug.
Forever and Shadow.
Get out of here!
Tier 1 subscription to Catacomb ready. Enjoy your stay.
Stop
at
it! You're
Shana's
gonna die
News.
too! Forever, thank you for the gift of the catacorn. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Power up, welcome in, Raiders. How are you? How is Mecha Chameleon? How is Mecha Chameleon? Welcome in. Welcome in.
P0 Erupt just traded with 1 views.
Yeah, Shana was yelling at people. I didn't want Bri to go to second. Listen, it's my job. It's my job. You got death, by the way, Eclipse. I hope you have somewhere to hide. I hope you have somewhere to hide. Thank you, Bri. Yeah, you certainly got tunneled because he completely ignored my ass. completely ignored my ass and went straight for you. I have the hand of Vecna, by the way. Why? Because he tuttled you, and it pissed me off. This red stain is pretty with your reshade. Thank you, yeah. That's one of the reasons why I like this filter, is because it makes it a lot easier to see that red stain too. But looked at how long I've been following. A year? Wow, that is such a long time. That is such a long time. Stream's going really well. I've been having a lot of fun. I've been having a really hard time focusing, but I've been having fun, so that's what matters. That's what matters, right? Why you naked? Listen. Naked is good. Naked is life. That's what the Rugrats say anyway. When's your next stream, Power? When's your next stream? I got an hour's worth of nap time in. Listen, an hour is better than nothing. I'm coming, Bri. Oh. This is a little unfortunate. I was not expecting him to go that way.
Forever and Shadow gifted a tier 1 subscription to Paulie_1.
I am patient.
Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Goofy, listen.
Others out there in need of help.
I was just gonna stand there and stare at him. If he wasn't gonna break the pallet, and he wasn't gonna go either direction, I was just gonna stand there and stare at him. Okay? I'll let go, Bryce, and maybe you can get hatched. Unless he's gonna camp me. Okay, no, he's not gonna camp me. He's gonna proxy camp is what he's gonna do. Oh, how's the hand work? I've had it before, but I didn't know what to do with it. So you have to be fully healed. And once you attune to it, and it's the same with the eye, you have to be fully healed. And once you attune with it, if you go into a locker, you have to like fast vault in and then fast vault out. If you have the hand, it teleports you somewhere. And if you have the eye, it turns you invisible. So they're both really cool. But you have to be healed. And it makes you broken for, I think it's like 60 seconds afterward. But that's why you have to be healed whenever you do it. Also, Forever, thank you for the gifted to Paul for 3 heckin' months. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You're so sweet. He's so sweet. Hmm?
Don't forget to pay out the poll.
Yes, yes, yes. I'll pay it out.
I died.
Unfortunately. Unfortunately.
I put on my main, so now I won't die. Goes to Solvin? Solvin, you fucking hater. What the fuck you mean it goes to Solvin?
Not the call out against Solvin.
It's just Solvin.
It's because only one person voted no. 5 people voted yes.
It's just Solvin.
That's okay. We're gonna vote for Schrot this time. Will Schrot survive? You have 2 minutes to get your gamba in. 2 minutes. Avi, enjoy that Onryo spice tea. The work truck I'm taking back to Florida has AC seats. I left them on for a nap. Now my booty has an ice booty. Ooh, wait, that's so nice though. Yeah, they're really cool. They're really cool. I really like the hand of Vecna and the eye of Vecna. I think they're fun. Donating points to Solvin. I know.
Nobody saw that.
Streaming again tomorrow night after work. Heck yeah. Do you know what you're gonna play?
Nobody saw that. If nobody saw it, we don't comment about it.
Schrot believes in himself. It's okay. I believe in you too, Schrot. I believe in you too.
Just for you, Schrot. I'll predict yes. I believe in you. I believe so hard in you.
Yes.
If I told you I got the easy ghost for my APOC, you could guess which one I got. Dio? Was it the Dio? I feel like the Dio is the easiest ghost to have for APOC. I don't know that everybody agrees. But I feel like Dio is. Although now I kind of feel like it might be Koromosh. Because it's blind. So really as long as you aren't moving and you're just standing there and you have no electronics making any noise, and the ghost doesn't happen to run into you, you'll be fine. You don't even need incense, right? Should not have eaten an entire pizza. My tummy's none too happy with me for that. Oh no. Yeah, mine would not be happy either. especially with me being lactose intolerant. By the way, if this filter is bothering you guys, I can turn it off. We have a table in Maine. Oh, it's Bing Bong. He's committed to me. I don't know where he is. I think he left me.
Said it just to heal you.
Yay, thank you. Refill my flashlight. Let me heal you, Shirt. Now I'm calling you Shirt. Because of Ghosty. Shirt Newt.
It's Shrew Newt. Zombies, get on that song. Shrudy Nudie.
Shirty Nudie.
Shrudy Nudie.
I guess I should have watched how Ghosty died. I don't understand the violence.
New donation from Forever in Shadow.
Forever! Thank you for the donation to help Vodka. I appreciate you. I can't give her a PUP-CUP tonight because she threw up last night and I just don't trust her tummy right now. But if she's still good tonight, I can give her one tomorrow. I just do not trust her tummy right now, so.
I gave her a new nickname, but Shana don't like it, so yeah, use
Sliced mayo is the best mayo? No. You got your Dio? Let's go. Listen, hey, if you got it, you got it. It doesn't matter what ghost it was with.
Wow.
A ghost train? Yeah, that's literally what a Dio sounds like. I am nowhere near you to save you, Shirt.
New donation from Dakota Coolia 2000.
Dakota. Thank you for that dono. I appreciate you.
He's coming to my gym. No, I was almost done, sir.
I'm coming, Shut.
Sir.
We might want to finish setting the table in Maine.
Sir.
Oh, it looks like Bri might be working on a table.
Sir. Oh my god, it's a dead end. Who dead end me?
Who dead end you?
Yes, who dead end me?
I didn't know anybody dead end you.
Oh my god.
That's okay. Yeah, don't aggravate that tummy. You haven't been playing as much? The new ghosts are really cool. They're not working 100% of the time. You're healed.
Oh, he's still on me. He's still on me.
100% of the way they're supposed to. But the 21st, they're changing Willow. So Catacorn, if you want to get some Willow nostalgia in before then, better get some Willow nostalgia in. And they're doing a big quality of life update that's supposed to fix some of the problems with the ghosts and some other issues that we're having with like animations and stuff. Oh, I can try and get this other table set. Hold on.
No,
Oh.
You're good.
Bri got it.
I'm hit again.
That's okay. I'll go back to the original.
I think this is where I go down. Yep.
Is there a cart near this table? I don't think there is.
Why are you
This
face
might be the
camping?
closest cart.
Do you have anywhere else to be? Go. Go. Shoot. Get out of here.
Hey, you might be able to get yourself off hook if he does that for long. 2. Does it count when he's invisible? Oh, I think so.
I think he was nodding at me, but I didn't pay attention until like last second.
3. Yeah, her tummy was a little upset last night, Catacorn. Good night, Pause. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Can you get a table? Can you get a table?
Yep, yep, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm setting the last. I'm getting there.
Table needed, table needed. Thank you. Can I French kiss you?
Okay.
Sloppy time.
General, love y'all tip. Appreciate you forever. Appreciate you. Let me know if I need to come take over.
Oh fuck. I ran out of them.
We don't have a table that we can set.
You should give us that other
How would you even slice mayo? Don't look it up. That's all I gotta say because it's traumatic. I might be exaggerating a little bit. It's not traumatic, but it's gross. There's like some company that makes sliced mayo and people put way too much of it on their food and it's just fully unnecessary. There's no reason to put that much mayo on your food. Is he still near you?
Can you guys see if you can set a table and then pull me off? Oh, okay, never mind. Bryce, pull me off.
I was gonna say, it's our last gen to...
He's like hard tunneling me, so Shrewd Newt should be able to get out of this. Yes.
I just got the table set.
Unfortunately, I did not work for me.
Why didn't it heal you? Were you in Mend?
Maybe. I played that so dumb. Oh! Oh, I didn't see this.
Get out of there. Leave them alone. Sure, work on a gen. We're all trying to protect Ghosty.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Forever in Shadow contributed $19.21 to an item on Throne. Thank you so much.
Oh my god, Forever, thank you!
A gift on Throne has been fully crowdfunded. Thank you.
Forever!
Forever in Shadow contributed $25 to an item on Throne. Thank you so much.
Oh my god, he is relentless. I'm gonna work on a door.
Was he wanting
I'm on the
Try to
other
kill me?
side of the map.
Okay, Shrut's on that door.
I'm unsure. He like swung at me like he wanted Brian to kill me.
I wouldn't trust him. Just go ahead. I don't know.
Please pick me up. I died.
Bry's getting the other door. Yeah, leave, Shrut. Leave. I'm mad at Mr. Bing Bong. The way he tunneled you, that's so mean. Dakota, thank you for the gifted. Forever, thank you so much for the throne. You didn't have to do that. That's too kind of you. You're too sweet. You're too sweet. You guys are too sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Deep fry mayo? Oh god, that sounds awful. Why would you do that? Why would you just deep fry just mayo? Good luck next match. Have the day you deserve.
I was gonna see if they would say anything.
No. I'm mad because they tunneled the hell out of you.
I just wanted Shana.
Hi, Joss. Welcome in.
Huh?
They wanted you. They wanted you because you're Shanna's pup cup. You're Shana.
Yeah, we're free to leave. Why was I the favorite? The hell?
I really should have
Hydration station. Choo choo.
That's literally
Everybody
all they
please
said.
hydrate.
I just wanted Shana. Y'all were free to leave. Why was it me?
Because you were looping the hell out of them. They were ego chasing you. Is what it was. They were ego chasing you. That's called ego chasing.
Welcome back.
Shrut did survive though, so congratulations to those who voted yes.
I get so many points now. I got 665. I almost got 660.
I don't know why he hated Ghosty. I don't know.
I won 83,000 points.
Some people fry butter, like just butter, and eat butter.
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
just butter?
Yeah.
Why? I'm concerned for those people. That's concerning. 'Cause America, you know? Cheryl's now P3. Yay. Once again, if this filter is bothering you guys, please let me know so I can I will change it. I will change it. But just let me know. Shana with the passive aggressiveness. Listen. I'm being nice. This is how I can be nice. And also tell them to F off. Bad, enjoy your Java Gen. You can buy deep fried mayo at the county fair like you can find probably. You can buy anything at the county fair these days, I think. Hi, honey. That could not be healthy. I don't think most things that you can buy at the county fair are healthy, to be fair. Who are we gonna gamble on this time? We're gonna gamble on Bri? Will Bryce survive? Get your gamba in. What do you guys think? There's no saving them. The things they make at the county fair are crazy. Paul's a chef, man. You guys want food corn? Paul's got you. Paul's got you. You think too much about it like I do, and there's nothing that is actually 100% healthy for humans. It's not wrong. Everything in moderation, right? That's literally what I'm eating right now.
Oh, are they good?
Yeah. I love these things. Ghosty's mom made me these like no bake oatmeal peanut butter cookie things.
I'm gonna just start calling them bark bites. Hopefully I don't get tunneled out. Never mind, it's a Legion. I want to get tunneled out. Kill me immediately.
We got this. We can do this. No bakes are the best. I love them. I'm not gonna mend until I know for sure that I can. Oh, he's got ruin.
Alright, well, I guess I'll start looking for that.
Yeah. He's not in power. Oh no, he's still in power. He just hit me twice in power. He's not in power anymore. I missed my flashlight, but that's okay, because he hit me twice in power. I don't think he knows how to play Legion. Are you talking about the perk where when he vaults it breaks the pallet? No. The eerie button. I'll get those vodka snacks. Oh, thank you. Oh, shoot.
Could have played that a little bit better, but it's fine.
Where's our dining cart besides Maine? I mean, besides the big banquet. Is it in Maine?
Maine? Yeah, it's in Maine, I told you.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. Picking me up finally.
I don't know that. Okay, I've got 3 on Maine. Oh no.
It was a little bit unfortunate.
Oh, sorry. Legion is sometimes cute.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Welcome for what? What'd you do for me?
Oh. I just saved somebody off the. That's all.
Hearken all of you to the toll
Oh, that
of
was
funeral
strong.
bells. Heed the wailing of the mournful.
Well, you're saying thank you as I did it, so I thought it was you. My bad.
Oh my god, come through.
That was Bri. W. W. Hi, Jade. Who needs a dining cart when Shana's already a snack? Damn. Damn. Listen, I wish that worked with this event, but unfortunately, it does not.
Oh no, she grabbed me as soon as you did it, right? Just a second.
Legion's not your vibe, though, forever. Yeah, Legion's not really, my vibe when it comes to, like, what I'm attracted to, you know?
Bri was just a split second off.
On a save? I'm coming, I'm coming. I know, Ruin just got found.
Still could have been pushing gens though.
I mean, it's a little hard when we keep getting pushed off of them.
That's why you stay on. Never mind, she didn't even see me. I brought attention myself. I'm worried.
Oh, fuck, I can't. I was gonna say I can't flashlight you.
Yeah, you show him, babe.
I was gonna see if maybe I could still stun her, but I can't. She was too far back.
If I could have clipped that from my point of view, that would have been hilarious.
I wonder what it looked like in her Mori.
It looked great. It was fantastic.
Did it? I'm just gonna watch from the rooftop for a moment.
It was funny.
Was it funny?
Yeah.
Was that an early pallet drop? Find me now, beach. I was invisible on the ground for a minute. Ah. It's fine. I'm just goofing in this round at this point. Everything's fine. I thought you went for the stun. I just wanted to see if it would stun her, because I knew it was mid-Mori. So... Heh, you're no longer in power. I don't know that, I knew it wasn't gonna stop her, you know what I mean? I just wanted to see if it was gonna stun her at all. Oh shit, I'm gonna go down. Have you been gatekeeping your mods' gorgeous desserts? Listen! Listen, I wasn't gatekeeping nothing. I wasn't gatekeeping nothing. Paul's the one who wasn't posting them. Paul can post them anytime. I am. How you doing, Saf? It's good to see you. Don't let it touch your buns, Bri. Oh. She's probably gonna come right to you, Charlotte. You might want to be sneaky. That's, Oh! Nice! Not the wiggle off immediately followed by a blind. That's freaking hilarious. Oh, they're ones you posted a long time ago? Okay. Ooh. I bet Bri used that extra sensory perception to find that totem. Very nice. Very nice. Oh my god, you're totally fine, Scully. You're totally fine. Amanda, welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Guys, if you're not already following Amanda, there is a button popping up at the top of your screen. Please take that button, hug it real tight. Go give Amanda a sneaky cheeky follow. It is free to do so. Go share some love.
Amanda Lee cosplay just
love.
raided with 7 views.
How was your stream, Amanda? Tell us about it. What are you streaming next? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. How we doing today? How was DBD today? Did I just hear the hatch open?
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. I'm pretty sure I did. Amanda, I need to know, coming in with a name like Amanda Lee Cosplay, what your favorite cosplay you've done is, at least in the past year, if not overall as well. Welcome in. Nico, welcome in. And then also, I see we have the wonderful Frost coming in here. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? I'm so
Frost
sorry.
Move just
Yeah.
voted with 62 viewers.
Unlucky timing with the ad. Wanted to send love to a fellow disabled streamer. Oh my god, we're so happy to have you here. We're so happy to have you here. It's so nice to meet you. It's so nice to meet you. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Guys, Frost is also here. We got a little double raid. Frost is also a cosplayer, Amanda. If you want to follow a fellow cosplayer. Hold on, I'm talking and I think the ads are playing. Hold on, let me type. Welcome in, guys. Please go give Frost a follow as well. There's going to be a little bit of a cooldown. Between. Yeah, we just got raided by the wonderful Amanda Leigh cosplay, who obviously based on the name does cosplay, and I just dropped her a follow, and was saying that Amanda should check you out if she likes cosplay. So you know, Frost, how are you? How was your stream too? Welcome on in. I think ads are about to be done, so I guess I don't need to type, but hopefully you guys are out of ads. Poor timing, unfortunately, but welcome in, guys. Please, Amanda, if you're still here, thank you so much for coming in with your community. If you like cosplay, you should definitely check out Frost as well, who just came in right after you. Frost also does cosplay, and is one of my night terrors on Nightmare Network. I've known Frost for a very long time, and it's absolutely lovely. You guys will love each other. She plays a lot of Dead by Daylight as well as other games, but you guys will love Frost. Thank you for the follows. We do keep them anonymous, so if you want to lurk or chat, it's fully up to you. Moon, welcome in. Tech, welcome in. Bradical, welcome in. How is everybody? How are your games, Frost? It's so good to see you. Big brain moves, right? Played some demos and DVD. Nice. How are the demos and how are your DVD games? How are you in the games going this evening? I'm having such a hard time this evening, like, focusing, you know? But I'm having fun, so that's what matters. You know, we might miss our skill checks all night because I can't focus to save my life, but I'm having a good time missing them. So it's fine. It's fine. But we're running some Survivor right now. We'll probably do some Killer and before we close out the night. Just because I like to do both, you know? But it's good.
Forever in Shadow gifted a tier 1 subscription to Master Pilot Wash.
Forever,
enjoy
thank you
your
for
stay
the
at
gifted
Shana's
to
Sunny
Master.
Meadows.
I appreciate you. You guys are too kind. Welcome back from the ads. Appreciate you.
Moonshine Flex gifted
I'm so
a
sorry
tier
that
1
you guys rated in
subscription
with
to
ads,
Frost
but
Louvre. Enjoy your
you guys
stay
know how
at
it
Shana's
goes.
Sunny
The
Meadows.
timing always seems to happen that way. It always seems to happen that way. Unfortunately, Bri did not survive that one. I'm so sorry. Demos were fun and DVD was something. Played Killer mostly and ended with Survivor. Hell yeah. Have you been doing the event mostly? I know that there's like a lot of controversy around the event, but I like the event. I'm not gonna lie. On both sides, whether it's Killer or Survivor, I'm enjoying the event personally.
Forever and Shadow
Just
gifted
personally?
a tier 1 subscription to Siren PM.
So,
Enjoy your
I
stay
don't know.
at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Moon, thank you for the gifted to Frost. You heckin' sweetie. And Forever, thank you for the gifted to Siren. One of our other night terrors as well. Jenna's ADHD maxing. No, I truly am. I'm dead. You were. Unfortunately. We're gonna predict on myself this time. You know, we'll see how it goes. Did the first few days and then went back to normal lobbies. It's valid. That's valid. You saw, no, I saw nothing. I think Shana saw everything. No, I saw nothing. Hydration station, Chuchi, everybody please hydrate. Amanda, Frost, anybody who came in with the raids as well. If you guys need to post-stream self-care, raid run, please do what you need to do. You know, that's the most important thing. But We're happy to have you here as well. Frost, we need to plan some time to play together sometime because I heckin' miss you. I heckin' miss you. You want number 9, Scully? Hold on, I got you.
Alright, let's go, guys.
You got the tower.
Yes.
Nothing probably happened,
of
let's be
portals
honest.
tonight.
Let's be honest. No, that's not allowed. That's not allowed. That's not allowed, Paul. Wait, we haven't been here in a while.
The other table is right across the map, kind of next to Shaq.
Also, if my filter bothers anybody, please let me know, and I'm happy to change it back. I'm happy to change it back.
It's Spirit. So Shana's going back first.
Oh, it's Spirit, so I'm probably dead. But we'll see. We'll see.
Shana's dying first.
Paranormal investigator, are we? Yes, yes, I love to do paranormal investigations. Both
She has,
in real life and online.
She has things to block the ballots.
Okay. She's blood favor.
Pretty sure so.
Okay, so we should look for spicy totem.
Shana's hitting with that bullshit.
1,000 on no for Shana. Will not survive. Wow. The faith is little. Me peeps, I've been training for the last 20 years. Is the filter too much?
Back on me.
Oh. So this filter is partially a colorblind filter. That is part of the settings, is that it is partially colorblind with like a few other things added to it. But this is basically like what I use when I'm playing comp games, and I had changed it because we were talking about how bright my game was with the other filter that I was using. So I was showing this and I just haven't changed it. How dare she kick my generator that I was working so hard on?
Hey, bro. I mean, not bro.
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
See these colors half the time. Portals. Fair. Oh, she probably frickin' hates me right now. Oh, she's facing the wrong way. Damn it. I was gonna try and save you, I'm sorry. I'll just get on Shaq. I'll go
But
try
you're
and
so
save.
next to him, I was like,
I'm gonna go save him.
okay, go.
I'm going. He's saved.
Okay.
I saw the table you're setting. I can get in there. Oh, you got it. Okay. Beautiful.
Mid-chase, too.
That was stunning. Stunning. Oh, I found blood favor.
Can you clear it, please?
Yep, I've got it. I'm on it. I'm on it. Oh, you posted on your TikTok from your New York apartment. Wait. I want to see. Can you, because if you put it here, I'm going to lose it. Can you post the link in my Discord? Oh, I want to go to that prison too, Dakota. Oh!
I'm gonna take all your stones. That sound like Hank Hill. I'm gonna put Hank Hill photos on.
You know what? I'm okay with that. Go ahead. How am I still alive right now? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to bring her to you. Oh! Why isn't my flashlight working? Oh, no! No! That was terrible. My hand itches so badly. Oh my god.
There's always something itching.
I think it's a cool filter as well. It's really helpful for me when I'm doing comp games because I'm able to pay more attention to the things that are most important. But it's an EVP. Ooh, hell yeah. I love it. You have faith. Thank you. She just spit on us. Ayo. Bri.
I think she has Lightborn, but I'll try and get Brian.
Yeah, I think she does too.
Oh, I don't have a flashlight. I'm the Lulu. I never brought a flashlight in here. I'm gonna watch Brian get
You want me to heal you? Ghosty's like, I'm gonna get Bri with my no flashlight. She's got Lightborn. I got no flashlight.
Forever
I'm a
and Shadow
flashlighter.
gifted a tier 1 subscription to Auntie_Annie. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
They might. They might. I'm coming, Bri. Oh, she's near me. She whisked away, I think.
Yeah, she's on me. Oh my god, you got me.
I'm coming, Bri. Hang on. Forever, thank you for the gifted.
Oh my god, you're clever with it. Yes.
It's kind of crazy at your house sometimes. We try and keep the house spirit free.
Damn it.
It's okay, I'm right here. She has no idea. Look at that double heal.
We're so in sync.
Yeah, like the band.
I was about to say start singing bye bye bye, but then I wasn't confident that they wrote that, so I'm...
They did. Yeah, that's in sync.
Okay.
That's not Backstreet Boys.
Okay.
Oh.
We all hiding around here? Who are we hiding from, head ass?
There's a killer around these parts.
A killer.
doggy door.
She's a killer. I'm never gonna let my mom live that down.
Make sure you lock the dog door.
Oh, she knows I'm on this gen. I saved it though.
I'm on gym next to Hill. You guys can save
Did you see that shirt? Did you see it? Did you see it?
almost done with the gym.
Not the whole song popping in my head. Bye, bye, bye. I love it. I love it. Bye, bye. You're from Nevada? Ooh, the ghost towns? I can imagine.
Okay, she's on us, so we should break up.
I don't want to break up.
I meant like split.
I'm at the gate.
I'm at the gate that we're next to. Shana.
Okay. She's still on me, so.
She sees me. You can perhaps.
Okay, I'm getting back on it. Gate's open.
Okay, I'm going through the other way. Hey, hey guys.
Tonopah, the Clown Motel, Goldfield, Virginia City, Nevada State Prison, Elkno, Rhyolite. Oh my god, you've been to so many. That's so cool. That's so cool. Virginia. Well, Virginia's such like an old area as far as like not just like indigenous, but like when it was settled and everything as well. Oh, they were a TTV here too.
Alive?
I don't know.
They did have Lightborn.
They did have Lightborn, so that's why our flashlights
they're in
were
your
not
chat.
working. Aw, GG's from Spirit. GG's, Spirit. GG's. I'm not gonna lie. We had a gamba going on whether or not I would survive. Everybody said no. Wow. Nobody gets points. Because I am deaf. So I was terrified. I thought I was gonna die. You did great. You did great. I was terrified of you. I'm terrified against every spirit. Great job. Great job. Could hear the breathing when y'all were healthy. I'm honed. Listen, to play spirit, you have to have like a $10,000 headset, I'm convinced, and like a $5,000 chair helping you, because I played a couple times and I'm tragic at spirit. But when the nurse skin comes out for her, it's motivating to make me want to play. I'm not even gonna lie. Is she your main? She's your main. I love that. You want her bubble head? Hell yeah. Yeah, I think she's very cool. She's a very cool killer. I just wish that I had better hearing to be confident at all in trying to play her. Because I've watched some videos on like how to play her, and like the advice, is don't necessarily look at the game. look more like at the ground and not like around when you're phasing and things like that. And I'm like, my hearing is awful. It's tragic. But you did great. You did great. Thank you for the follow. By the way, we do keep them anonymous. Let me get those vodka snacks. She's sleeping. Look at her sleeping. And thank you for the biddies, Amon. You don't need to pay for snacks, Raz. Yes, good luck next match. Good luck next match. Definitely, if I were to give any advice with the banquet, what I've found to be super helpful is use the poison and chase as much as you can. And then also, Franklin Weave is OP in this event for killer. It's OP in this event for killer. Because especially if you have people bringing flashlights, the flashlights is one of the things, if you bring it with Champion of Light, that can help you get out of the poison. But if you knock that flashlight out of their hand, they can't. So, and then you have Franklin and Weave to be able to see where they're at. I don't know how well that necessarily works for Spirit, but you know. Also, thank you for the biddies, Dakota. Thank you, thank you. Shana won't call anyone out, but I have a lovely, whoop, streamer who will flex on site for Nurse Mommy. What do you mean? Hi, Dinah, welcome in. Can we also get a shout out for Amon, please? For Amon, please.
Pleasant Dino just raided
How
with
you
17
doing,
views.
Dino? Guys, if you've not already given Dino a follow, please take that button that's at the top of your screen. Give Dino a sneaky cheeky follow. It is free to do so. And Dino is a lovely bean. Dino is a lovely bean. I've known Dino for so long now. She's absolutely lovely. She plays a ton of different games over on her channel. Ton of games. And she represents for Stack Up so hard, which we love to see. So please go show Dino lots of love. Dino, how was your stream? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? All right, we're back to Ghosty. Get those gambas in. Will Ghosty survive? Thank you for the lurk, Blue Jay. Have a wonderful night. Where in Discord? If you want to just put it in the normal just chatting part, you can, Radical. That's fine.
I have not survived any of these. Actually, I survived.
I believe in you. I believe in you.
Just vote no. Just vote no.
No, I believe in you.
Just vote no.
Our girl loves a nurse more, right? Listen, I love Nurse. I think Nurse is not, in my opinion, great in this event, though. At least she wasn't for me, because I tried to play her in this event. And I had a really hard time with, like, blinking and throwing the poison. It was really tough for me.
There's a table across the map right here.
Yeah, there's one right here too. In check. Sly, welcome in. Getting the last of my streams in before my birthday. Are you excited for your birthday? Oh, it's Bing Bong. I just ran into a wall. Oh no, I did not run into a wall. I ran into him. Invisible.
Just raided with 5 views.
I can turn invisible too, Bing Bong. How about that? He was able to hit me. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I tried to run. Hard for stack up is proper. No, for real. Alice, enjoy your red-eyed demon. How are you?
Follow me. That's great. I like how we just watched this.
Everybody's been having so much fun with Mecha Chameleon. We need to plan a Mecha Chameleon night. I can't wait to see, Brad. We need to plan one. Guys, go give Sly a follow as well. It's free to do so. Sly, tell us about your stream and when you're streaming next. It's going well, Sly. Oh, I'm so sorry. Dakota, thank you for the videos. Thank you for the 69. It was good for me. I hope it was good for you.
It's okay. You can look at my butt.
Don't worry, I'm looking at your butt. I'm looking.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
He's on me. Someone else is gonna need to go for Ghosty. I just zoned myself so hard. Fuck.
Daddy. Mommy.
Fuck! I thought I was gonna be able to make it around the rock. Yeah, she is. I'd love to play with you anytime. We gotta plan it. We gotta plan it. Mecha's pretty fun. Everybody's loving it. Car, enjoy your sanity. I hope you had an amazing stream though, Sly. It looks like it, yeah. You suck at it? It looks difficult, like the painting part. But I would like to try. I'd like to try. Thank you, Bri. Is he?
No, he's on me.
Left him now.
I was gonna say, I think I saw him turn invisible.
Invisible.
I was gonna say, I feel like I just said invisible really weird. Invisible. Invisible. Have a good night, Brad. Thank you for hanging out with us. Pretty difficult, but after learning how the brush works and the ways you can blend, it's so much fun for us without art skills. But hey, that's really cool. Oh! Why is he so obsessed with me? Wee! Refill my flashlight. Okay.
I'll refill my non-existent one.
Oh my god.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
I'll set the table with you, Bri. It needs one more plate. There you go. Bri is healed. He's on me.
I want to repair this because it'll...
He's on Bri now. Oh no, Bri's down. Because you're the obsession, you know? That might be a valid reason.
You can get one more plate.
He's
I'll
coming.
go get Bri.
Oh god. He's on me. I can't. I'm gonna die. I can't. I'm dead. Like, this is my death hook.
No, I know. That's why I was trying to save both of you, but it's fine.
He's after that Shana booty. Yeah. Gotta work, unfortunately, though. Have a great rest of the stream. Have a great night, Slide. Thank you for coming with your commodity.
Shruti.
Every time you tried to play with him, he ghosted you, Moon. That's not very nice. I'm sorry.
Whose flashlight is this? It's mine now.
Maybe it's just bad timing. It's probably mine. Maybe it's just bad timing. It happens that way sometimes. Unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Yeah, he's camping around here.
I am gonna check really quickly and see. Hold on. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. You know what? I didn't even want to save. That's good.
Why could you not have died the last round? That was a scam. Listen, you guys didn't believe in my ability to survive. That's on you. That's on you.
What was that ability?
I was doing my best, okay? I was doing my best. Wow. Wow.
You know what? Honestly, I'm just gonna let go.
Believe in strength, kiss the thigh. Oh my god. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy.
He's right there.
Oh, Mr. Pink One.
Always kiss the thigh. I cannot with you guys. why Paul is top tier. We do love Paul. We do love Paul. I will admit, we do love Paul. How you doing, Brayden? Welcome in. On the YouTubes. For some reason, my YouTube chat is behind what it should be. I apologize. Ghosty, no.
You didn't believe in me anyways.
I did. I always believe.
If you guys listened to me, you guys should have won some channel points. Because I knew I wasn't living.
Oh.
I wasn't though. I haven't lived at all tonight.
Yeah, you did because we got a 4 out.
Yes, because Hound Master was playing weird.
We got a 4 out with Spirit too, didn't we?
Ah, yep.
I've got spectator bug. This is a crazy POV. Who's rude? Who's rude? Cynical. This is a crazy POV that I have right now. The way I just saw Bing Bong running across the map from the sky. I can hear hatch, but I can't see it. I just heard you go in the hatch, didn't see it. Love that. Crazy spectator bug. Love that for me. The bug is it is wild when that bug happens. It is wild when that bug happens. Bri, if you want to stay, you're welcome to. Same for Shrut, but unfortunately, it is 12:45 a.m. So, we are going to call that, and we are going to raid out. We are going to raid out. If you're on YouTube, subscribe, like, comment, turn the bell on. We will be back tomorrow around 7:30 p.m. If not earlier, hopefully. Ooh, catch that Pokemon in chat right there. That's a good Pokemon. That's a good Pokemon. Do we have any bingos? I don't think we have any bingos. Check your bingos if you haven't.
Yeah,
Check your bingos. We can call that. Check your bingos if you have not.
It is advised you immediately.
Forever. Thank you for the 10 gifted. You did not
Forever
need
and
to
Shadow
do that.
gifted 10 tier 1 subs to the community. Congratulations to the new guys.
Forever,
Enjoy
give me
your
some
stay
numbers
at
to call on
Shana's Sunny
bingo.
Meadows.
Give me just some random numbers for us to call on bingo. Whatever you want. Some random numbers. Whatever you want, Forever. You get to pick. Paul, your name is not Forever. Your name is not Forever. Whatever Forever wants. We'll see you later, YouTube. If you want to come raid with us, you can. Okay, we'll see you later. Worth a shot? You know, it was worth a shot. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But your name's not Forever. Your name's not Forever. 42069. No, your name's not forever either. Your name's not forever either. I'm seeing the effort from you guys here, but like, no go. No go. I is forever. I in Eyebry stands for forever. Trust. Bri. Since when are you such a bad liar? It also stands for amazing spellier. Yeah? Does it? I'm glad to see you, Dino. I'm really glad to see you, Dino. It's always good to see you. Shana's cute. I'm in the low tier of cuteness. Sure is handsome. Not even in the low tier of cuteness. Zeke, hi! It's so good to see you guys. Go follow my cousin Zeke if you have not. Bri did it all. Forever, that's not choosing bingo numbers. Choose some bingo numbers for me. Whatever you want. I'm only a French fry? What? No. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. 7, 11. Okay. 7's already done. I can choose 11. All right, we need more. We need more. Give us some more numbers, Forever. You're not Forever. You've got 1 through 94. Keep giving me some numbers. Give me some random numbers. What you got? Just throw some numbers at me. $69, obviously. Okay. Okay, that one's been called. Zeke, your name's not Forever either. But you know what? You're a cousin. You're an Indigenous cousin, so you know what? I'll call yours. Favoritism. Would I cheat with 44? You know what? You're allowed.
Shana has rigged bingo or drops again. Ignore the lies. Shana runs an illegal underground bingo and drops rigging ring. You know we had to do it to M. That's just how I play. I always let one. Wait, do you actually? That's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. Apparently I cheated. Listen, valid. Valid. All right, my favorite number has been called. Let's see. That's been my birthday hasn't been called. We'll call number 9. We'll call number 9. Has 42 been called? 42 is not. 42 is the meaning of life, so we'll call that. Final girl rules. Listen, I love that. I love that. Card's the opposite of what I wanted. Yeah? Hate to see him leave, but love to watch him go. Raising money for vodka is something going on. She needs surgery, Raz. She needs surgery. And it's a little expensive. So, listen, technically we should have had a hype train with the shenanigans you guys were doing. So we'll call those. Let's see. And, you know... I think that's it. I think that's it. Do we have any more bingos? You know what? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. Paul really wants 39. Paul really wants 39. We did have the really nice spirit come in here. Should we do 39? Somebody else clicked it. Zombies, enjoy that macchiato miling. All right. If you didn't already copy your message, copy your message. I'll do the rating one more time. Whichever one works for you. We're gonna go say hi to Spooky Time Pizza. Spooky Time Pizza has been getting into DBD lately, which is really exciting for me because I met Spooky Time Pizza, hiccup, mainly through Phasmophobia. And to see him getting into some DBD is super exciting. Now, I need to get him to play DBD with me. He also just recently had a baby. So, give him some big congrats when we get over there.
He had a personal pan pizza. Got it.
He did have a personal pan pizza. He truly did. A baby. Yeah, a baby. So we have our littlest night terror now. Our littlest nightmare. So yeah, give some big congrats to both him and Straw Beebs when we get over there. And yeah, let's go say hi. And then I'll be back tomorrow. So like I said, I might start early. But either way, I will see you Friday for shenanigans. We'll probably play some Killer tomorrow, and Survivor, but I'd like to do some Killer for sure. So I love your faces. Be kind to yourself. Do something nice for you, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Good night, everybody. I'll see you soon.
Screen, voice like velvet, edge like a knife. She turns a little jump scare into life.